Hey guys, Nyx here, and we are back with Reverse. I was gonna say something and I forget what it is. I'm off to a great start. It's fine. I was busy doing stuff with like the new cover, and it is ready. It's coming out tomorrow, but I got so distracted setting that thing up, I almost didn't have lunch because I lost track of time. It's fine. For now, story. Okay.
I once traveled to a small town called Rayashki.
Okay.
It was located high up within the Arctic Circle, and it was frigid cold all year long. After my visit there, I traveled to many more places, from Zealand to the Balkan Peninsula. My journey went on and on. But above all other places, I kept finding my thoughts returning to that little town, to its incandescent lights glowing in the long dark of the polar night, to the shared dream of the people there.
Okay. So, Alaska?
I got this picture book from Rayashki. It is a children's book, a thin one at that. But the story inside has the power to warm a frigid heart. Once opened, wells of bright primary colors run into one another and flow up onto my palm. I found myself returning to it during stormy days when I was stuck at home.
Okay.
This is a story about honest and ordinary people.
Okay. Once upon a time.
The swans are dancing in a circle. Their arms go back and forth. Vila and the swans have done this dance almost 20 times last week. She taught the swans all their beautiful moves. Swan Lake is the best ballet ever. I remembered Mr. Evgeny once said so. He also said the tortoises would come to watch the show. But why would tortoises want to watch Swan Lake?
Maybe they just like ballet.
Vila says she doesn't like the tortoises. She likes knowledge. I don't know much about knowledge. But I think Miss Vila's always right. Only between you and me. Vila smells like seaweed and coral. But those are happy smells to me. I think she must be the princess of the ocean. But she tells us she is not special, and that everyone here is equal, no matter if they are a princess or a swan. That we all have 2 feet and 10 fingers. And if we all work together, we can build the beacon to the future. I hope in the future we still get to sing and dance when we are not building beacons. Nina's favorite food is called alonka. It's a chocolate bar. She used to cry a lot whenever she made a mistake with her dancing. But then Vila talked to her, and now she doesn't cry so much. One time, she danced very, very perfectly. So, Vila gave her a piece of an alonka bar.
The best reward,
She will
chocolate.
be a great dancer. If she doesn't get too nervous on stage, then she could have even more chocolate. I wish I was like her. I want chocolate too. But I'm not a swan like her. And now there's never any Alyonka in the canteen's cupboard. Now Nina is the Swan Princess. The most prettiest of all swans. Basono is the Swan Prince. He is a nice one, and he has many swan friends. And Piotr is the evil sorcerer, a black swan. Nobody wanted to be the bad guy, but Piotr doesn't mind. He is very serious and always bossy to everyone, so he doesn't have many swan friends. Piotr just wants to do his job as perfectly as he can. Because he loves our town. Now, August is not a swan, but he also loves his town. Then there is a little mouse who moves as quickly as the blowing wind.
Oh yeah, I remember his teaser. He fights with like animal friends.
What was it that Vila said about new visitors? I don't remember now.
Let's see. August puts down his paper, returning to the world of noise and people. He looks around for a familiar face.
Vila!
The boy slips through the crowd until at last he finds the face, looking out over a snowy field.
Reporting to you, Comrade Vila. I have a very important question.
Well, then go ahead, little Comrade Avgust.
How should we receive the new visitors coming to town? Maybe we can welcome them with Alyenka? Or friendship? Or maybe something else?
Subtle hint that he wants the chocolate bar for himself.
We will welcome them with white snow, with smiles on our faces, and with welcoming arms we use to achieve our dreams, as we do for everyone who comes here, little comrade.
Vila wipes away the paint from the child's face and stands.
It's always good to ask questions. But don't forget your task today, all right?
She points to the unfinished painting in his hand.
Ooh!
August nods eagerly.
I won't.
How did you get a sunflower in the middle of Alaska? Honest question. I mean, I won't complain, I like sunflowers, but...
My drawings are important. But Vila says entertaining our new friends is also important. Which one comes first?
He holds up his cluttered drawing board.
After the swans have flown away, Evgeny will go up to the stage. Evgeny is not an evil sorcerer, but he knows a secret magic that makes everyone's tongues hide in their mouths. He is not so much a bad person, I think. Evgeny's shadow is very long, but no one, not even my sunflower, can explain why. Evgeny walks heavily onto the stage. His appearance comes without any applause.
The tall figure reaches the podium.
We have received a telegraph. Xenos investigators will arrive here in Rayashki tomorrow afternoon. And we will be hosting a welcome ceremony.
The crowd is silent in reply.
I understand your concerns. I know you don't want Xeno to interfere with your lives, nor do you want their troops stationed here. And I would remind you that they have honored their side of the deal for decades now.
A calloused hand raises up to break the silence.
We give them runium ore, and they supply us in return. It should be as simple as that. Always it has been this way, since my grandfather's time.
Times have changed, Comrade Knut. In the old days, Zeno used to pay us generously for mining this runium, because our ore was necessary for their arcane combat vehicles. But now, we have nearly exhausted all our mines. You know this better than I do.
That makes it sound like maybe the people from Xeno are coming to get rid of them then, if there's nothing for them to give them. This might end badly.
But isn't there some other work we can do? Already we build our own houses, and now we even grow our own crops.
He's right. Why must we work with Zeno if we could feed ourselves?
Comrades, calm yourselves. Evgeny is doing this for everybody's sake. Have you forgotten about those little monsters? Is there anyone left on our defense team that hasn't been injured fighting them?
The audience falls quiet, and Evgeny seizes their momentary pause.
It is as Comrade Nikita said. The critters are running rampant these days. Not only have they occupied most of our mines, some have even found their way into the town. Do you really think we can protect our people with our small defense team? Don't you care about your neighbor's safety? Do you want to keep
Oops.
Rayashki?
I bumped the
Rayashki
button.
is more than an
Oops.
isolated town, Evgeny. And we all know that.
Maybe I just do auto...
But this is the reality we all must face now.
Oh, wait, no. The scales on Vila's face raise involuntarily. She holds her stare. Workers, cooks, security personnel, soon all of Rayashki has joined in. They've said it several times and I still can't pronounce it. It's fine.
You turn to these Zeno big guys for help, but you never even asked what we think, did you? So you can't blame us for disagreeing now.
I'm doing this for your good.
Let's see, his assurances did not seem to have much impact on the crowd. A cold wind passes across the square.
We can take care of ourselves.
She has more to say, but as she moves to speak, her scales stand on edge and shiver audibly. What scales? She holds her hand up, signaling to the crowd. There's a scent on the wind. Danger is near. What scales? Am I missing something? I don't think she had scales. A horde of hairy critters burst into the square.
Everyone, watch out!
She picks up a wooden chair to fend them off.
Defense team! On it!
Okay, I guess we poke. We wonder about the scales next time we see her. Oh, here. Can we examine you? No. I mean, here.
Time for treatment.
Well, we'll do that. What exactly do you do? Oh, hey Jim, how you doing? Well, she's a one-target healer. I mean, you can see what she does, but I'm not too interested in one-target healers. Apparently, this girl, Vila, she apparently has scales. I'm not seeing scales in her design, but it keeps saying, oh, we can't remove the helper. Okay, I guess we have to live with her. It kept saying, like, her scales are standing on it and on her face. And it's like, I don't see those scales on her face anywhere. It's fine.
It's an honor to meet you.
Well, everything was saying it was like on her face. So I'm guessing that it's either mistranslation, which could happen. There have been several mistranslations in this game. Or they forgot to draw the scales on, like, her first version of her outfit, and it's the second version of her outfit that has the scales. Would be my guess.
I can hear it. It is here.
Oh, here, we can use Vila.
I will
Buff you.
I can hear it. It is here.
Sharp thing.
I don't know. Next time she's up on screen, we're gonna look closer.
Don't worry. I admire your
We just keep using Isolde. Isolde is just overpowered like crazy.
The curtain.
Okay, Vila, show up on screen so we can look at your face. Let's see. The critters flee in a panic. If nothing else, the attacks served to bring the town together again.
I salute your sense of smell, Comrade Vila. We could have suffered much more severe consequences without your forewarning.
Maybe? I don't know. Like I said, it might be a detail that you really only notice with her second outfit. I haven't really kept up on Twitter, like, the outfits for the new characters. I've seen a few clips of them fighting, but that's about it. Let's see, handshakes and salutes are shared, their dispute now absent from anyone's mind.
Think nothing of it.
Okay.
Just a reflex reaction when there's
Oh,
danger
they
nearby.
are there. Very slightly, like under her eye. There is something there. That's probably what they're talking about. We would need to get her in, like, our suitcase so we could zoom in more, but there is something there. Yeah, she touches her scales, pressing them down until they settle. Okay,
But
she
this
has
incursion
random
has proved my
scales
point.
on her face.
We need Zeno's help.
Well, I guess, August was saying that he thought she was like a water princess or something, so maybe she's a fish person? Oh, does she? I missed that. I was just looking for the face scales. Also, hey Nuva, how you doing?
The other townspeople are not gifted with your set of talents. We are all vulnerable to the growing dangers. Wouldn't you agree? I only ask you to put yourself in their shoes.
He speaks softly, evenly, but even so, the words land like a heavy blow.
Your criticism is
Oh yeah, they
valid
are
and
there.
well accepted, Comrade Yevgeny.
Oh, and I guess they're on her neck too. Like here. You can kinda see some silver. Yes, potentially. Potentially. In the past, they invaded Alaska when there were a bunch of Russians there.
Perhaps I could agree with your plan. Provided Zeno's presence is a temporary one.
At least I
We just
think
don't
this is
want them
supposed to be
change
Russian.
things for us here.
I could be wrong. Let's see, the atmosphere in the square moves from joyful to serious as the meaning of their words take hold.
I'm glad that you have finally come to realize what is best for us.
Cool, cool. I got so wrapped up in making the video for the new cover, the Chisei cover, I almost forgot to have lunch because I lost track of time. It's fine. I did eventually have some salmon. It's fine. Yeah.
Zeno is known for their rigorous methods and rational decision-making, and they are committed to maintaining peace around the world. I'm sure they will make the right decision. They trusted us to supply their ore, and we have faithfully played our part in supporting them. Thanks to our help, Zeno has successfully tackled many international issues. It has always been them and us together, fighting for a better world.
When he puts it that way, he is right. We should be proud of our cooperation.
Okay. Even without a punchline, Knut's deep belly laugh breaks the tension. Yeah, it's like, so... I'm not sure if I was translating the song wrong or literally no one on the internet has ever translated the song right, because nothing I was getting from my dictionaries was lining up to like some of the examples I pulled up, because sometimes if I'm struggling with the translation, I will look at other people's translations just to see like, okay, how do they think this looks? Nothing was lining up whatsoever, so I got like half of the song done last night. And then the rest of it, I finished translating this morning, so I was placing the lyrics in the video, and then I finished all of that, and then it's like, I have time. I could upload it real quick. I could get it ready for tomorrow. And I started doing that. And then I looked up and it was almost 11. It's like, I haven't had lunch yet. Oh no. But I got it done. I had lunch, and the new cover will be out tomorrow. Woo! Yeah.
Therefore, we will show our appreciation to Zeno for the contributions they've made to the world with our help. Now let's continue our rehearsals.
As the adults return to their duties, a sharp-eyed child notices that someone is missing.
Have you seen August? I can't find him.
Strange. Where did he go?
Looking for a new Lincoln left in the cupboards, I'd bet. He's always breaking the rules, doing whatever he wants.
We shouldn't talk badly about our classmate, Piotr. He's one of us.
I know that feeling well. The struggle of every artist is like, I see it perfectly in my mind. Why does it look like scribbles on the page? Piotr lowers his head, his face crumpling, until at last he lets out a grumble fit for a bear.
Yes, you're right. I just wanted everyone to do their best. Even him.
Don't worry, kids. We will find them.
Let's see, Vila pats Nina's shoulders softly.
The child is missing, Comrade Evgeny. I suggest a temporary suspension of our rehearsals.
Evgeny murmurs a half response until he catches the weight of her words.
It must be that strange kid again. He is always sneaking away like this.
Avgust has been no small trouble in the past. Evgeny frowns, but Vila's determined glare tells him no. It's not an acceptable answer.
He's only trying to understand the world in his own way.
Okay. Yeah. It's like, for me at least, it's like, I understand the process. In theory, I understand how it should work to make this image show up on the screen or the page or whatever it is I'm using to do a picture. But my hand doesn't want to cooperate. It's like, it knows it has to go one way and it goes the other somehow, and... yeah. The pain of art. Let's see. The question of where the curious little dreamer has disappeared. Wait, what? I can read. I'm still a little fried from all the translating. It's okay. The question of where the curious little dreamer has disappeared soon becomes a true conundrum. As they search through the dockyard, the post office, even the town phone booth reveals no trace of him. This is, of course, because he has assigned himself a more critical mission, welcoming newcomers. Oh no. A difficult task, especially when it leads him so far away, but he's not alone. His sunflower hops along with him. Okay.
Vila once said that sunflowers mean warmth, and that makes them everyone's friends. They would warmly welcome every guest that comes to town.
Yeah, the magic that is a Bob Ross tutorial.
Just like my best friend here, right?
He raises the sunflower in his hand and whispers softly to its petals.
Best friends. Everyone should have a best friend.
He then picks up the pendant. Following his whispers, the pendant emits a faint glow. I guess that answers where the sunflowers came from.
Alright. Now here are big friends, small friends, many friends. So that our new guests won't feel so lonely when they come.
The small footprints continue forward through the snow, imprinting over older, larger steps. He has nearly caught up with Rayashki's new guest, or newest guest.
Amazing. I've never seen such a highly mutated Ichirak before.
Yeah. Let's see.
I would have missed these precious research opportunities if there weren't a gathering in the town.
It's like I've seen people do Bob Ross tutorials, but I've never tried to do one myself. So I've seen people like do Bob Ross tutorials, but in a weird way. So not specifically like painting along, but using like other things to try and follow along with his tutorials. It's interesting.
Seems like life has been good to you and your theory.
She stares intently at the beast in front of her, her written notes hardly keeping pace with her whispered observations. Yeah. Well, what's nice about a lot of, like, art programs, they have, like, actual paint tools that work just like real paint, but digitally. So it is possible to do it digital.
Also mutated local critters to varying degrees. Then Zeno was right. No wonder they have sent so many researchers here to look for abnormalities. Even the crank ones like me. It's obvious that this town has more to it than a handful of overly active critters. But they don't seem especially interested in the mutant ones either. Zeno, what were you looking for here?
Oh, cool. A sudden movement passing under her coat brings her out of her monologue.
Hey, let go! Let go of my leg!
Maybe? Because his whole thing, I have seen his, like, battle animations. He fights with animals. I think he might be able to talk to them. Just from the intro scene, he was talking to a little mouse like it understood him. So it might be there to look like a bird. I know he is beast afflatus or whatever, just because he fights with animal friends. So it might be there to look like a bird, I don't know.
Strange. You're not a fox, and you're not a sable.
The appearance of this unknown child brings at first confusion, followed swiftly by panic.
Hey, kid, what are you doing?
She picks herself up, dusting off a small flurry of snowflakes. Unfortunately, Winsong is not the only one startled by the child.
Oh shoot. Ejiraks are usually known for their good temper. It seems to not apply to their mutant kin.
Rugged antlers aim squarely at the researcher. The creature's nose puffs with each aggravated breath.
Fine.
See, here, I won't actually swap, but, like, he kinda reminds me of a character that already exists. Where is he? You can't really see it in this, photo. This guy here, because his normal outfit has a lot of similarities with August. And he has a lot of animal friends, too.
It is here. I can hear it.
Let's see. We'll channel.
Speak.
Now that these three are, like, leveled, I don't feel the need to, use any other characters. Eventually I'll level up the others, but I've been mainly focusing on these three just because they destroy everything. Let's see, we can do that, and this, and debuff you.
Speak.
Yes. He's wearing the outfit from the half anniversary. There were a lot of fancy, like, Chinese outfits, and he got one of the free ones, and it's like, well, I have to swap it because it's cool looking, but I like his base design too.
Природа — это числа и черты.
He's just... He does... The small child does not belong. Like, look. He's just, I'm here. This is going on in the back.
Are you building blocks here?
The startled... They said this word multiple times, and I did not... It did not sink in how it's pronounced. The startled creature runs off into the distance. It's fine.
Lucky for us, it seems to still be afraid of the dark like the rest of its kind. It's finally over.
Her satisfaction fades as she takes stock of her surroundings.
Oh, my materials!
Oh, did she lose her stuff?
Wow. You are the most.
Ejirak, okay. I will try to remember that. His little hands struggle to reach any higher. He pats the freezing hand of the researcher.
You drove away all the bad creatures and protected everyone. The swans on the stage, the big burning furnaces in the factory, and even the uncle sleeping in the mine with Papa. I think they would all give you a big thumbs up.
Huh?
She sighs, resigned that she must now deal with her uninvited guest. Though in fact, she is the one here uninvited.
You can call me Winsong? Just to be clear, I'm not a spy, kid. I'm just a traveler staying in town for the moment.
She casually raises an identification card in her hand, a card adorned with a familiar sunflower pattern.
Oh, but I have never seen you before. Do you also like the rest in the water? Like Vila?
Yeah, Vila is definitely like a fish person.
Do you also have a beautiful blue tail?
His strange questions prove difficult to parse, even one at a time, but the little boy circles round her, unleashing more in salvo after salvo.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm certain that I am not what you think I am, little fellow. I am a researcher. We often stay in quiet
Well, there's at least
corners
one
when we
person
work
that
on
is
projects,
potentially
so
a
you won't
fish,
see us often.
which is Vila.
Understand?
Everyone else seems to be just normal Arcanist. I guess there's nothing really normal about Arcanist in this world,
People on TV?
but more human-looking Arcanist. How's that? That makes more sense.
I saw them stand on a tall stage with flowers in their arms. They spoke a lot and cried. And then they were given a shiny medal. Vila said the medals were to praise them for being very clever. Can I see your medal?
This last salvo penetrated deep. Windsong's face twitches unnaturally.
Oh, the crystal on you looks stunning. It looks purer than those in the mine carts.
Her gaze centered on it, a beautiful crystal hanging on the boy's neck, a chance possibly to stop his barrage of questions.
Of course. Papa gave it to me.
His small chest swells with pride.
It is precious, but also very dangerous. A crystal like this is almost as volatile as undiluted runium ore. They use this stuff for war machines.
Oh no!
Kid, listen to me. Put that away. Go home now and don't let anyone see it. Understand? It could stimulate the critter's appetite.
Winsong nods with satisfaction, eager to see him leave. Unfortunately, the sunflower gently brushes up against her arm once more.
Can you build a very tall wall? One that can protect the whole town? Like what you did with the blocks?
I'm sorry, little fellow.
She points to the now empty patch of snow-covered ground.
That was just a trick. It won't last long.
Oh, that was amazing! Nina, Knut, Vila, everyone should learn from you. Could I make the doors and stones listen to me like you did one day? Will I be great? Like you?
A strange kid like you should live in the age of Aquarius and be a part of the New Age movement, or become some kind of yogi doing meditation. And do it anywhere but here.
The New Age movement. What is that?
Her helpless attempt at turning him away goes without notice. Worse still, it seems to intrigue him. Yes, he is definitely a cinnamon roll. He is oblivious that his head is empty. There are no thoughts behind those eyes, but he is there.
Is that what you're from?
He just wants to enjoy everything.
It's not a place. It's a spirit of a time, full of interesting things like crystals, new schools of thought, many crazy and creative ideas.
Will the sun close its eyes? Will the dark clouds spit on people? Will our ships blow bubbles under the water?
Somehow, the persistent questions stop being a source of annoyance. The subtle warmth of his boundless wonder shakes loose the frost from her heart. Her smile turning from feigned to genuine.
Of course. They even believe that the world is a giant piece of blank paper, and they are the artists drawing on it. And not only that, they are obsessed with bizarre ideas. Where did the Stonehenge on the Salisbury Plain come from? Where are the ships and planes which traveled past the Sargasso Sea now?
I like them.
The child's voice blurs the edges between reality and pleasant memories of her past, to a time when there were others that thought like her.
They called themselves lay hunters, the apprentices of a once renowned school of thought. However, few people in academic circles accepted the idea of ley lines as an answer to their questions. So, for these lay hunters, it has been a long walk through a dark night.
Then they can come to Rayashki. Here the sun never sets. Half the year anyways. Then I can be their friend. And when I grow up, I will be a lay hunter too.
Winsong tightens her scarf as if warding off a chill.
I'm afraid it's a bit too late, little fellow. Most have already given up. They lost interest in solving the mysteries and lost their faith in finding the curves and the lines. So, the study of ley lines has been all but abandoned. There's only one fool left that hasn't given it up.
She speaks wistfully, entranced in a daze of memory, oblivious to the nearing sound of footsteps behind her. Oh no.
And you, I suppose, are this only one fool, yes?
Vila pulls Avgust towards her protectively and reproaches him with a ruffle of the child's hair.
Please, ma'am. Believe me, I am not a child abductor.
Well,
Winsong offers a pained gesture towards the boy.
I think this isn't a good place to receive our guests. We have much more appropriate arrangements for new friends. But if our guest has any ill intentions, we will retaliate.
Dun dun dun. Okay. But no, here. Once things load. August reminds me of someone. Where is he? I scrolled past him. Here.
I'm not.
Kind of reminds me of him. With all the little animal friends and... yeah. So... it's a little easier to see here. But I like the fancy design from the half-year anniversary, so that's what he wears. Okay. And I have not been checking, have there been any trails? No. Back to story. The group, each harboring their own thoughts, returns towards the small town, Vila and August humming out a sing-song tune. An anxious wind song remains silent for the journey. Vila wheels around just as they arrive at the outskirts, keeping up the cadence of the song.
We're here. Thank you for taking care of little comrade August, miss.
You mean I'm not here to be questioned? Or arrested?
Of course not. Perhaps we're a little too optimistic, but when we meet a stranger, we prefer to welcome them.
Vila looks over the awkward figure, reading the expression on her face. The researcher breaks the silence with a stumble.
Oh. Well, I'm Winsong.
That's a very unique name. And where is it you come from?
From the east side of the Dniester River.
Vila's scales are hit with the sea breeze that halts her and their conversation. The teacher breaks out from her pause.
No offense, miss, but you have a complicated and unfamiliar scent about you. The smell of hard rocks, a lighthouse by the sea, rainwater in a humid summer. Nothing hostile, though.
I think most rootless travelers like me smell like that.
Welcome to Rayashki, Miss Winsong.
Vila motions inward to the town.
Thank you. I understand your caution, but...
Winsong is seized by her own suspicion, spying the unusual scales on her host's neck. Vila catches the glance. She subtly tugs at her sleeve and shrinks her neck into her coat, taking a few cautious steps backward. Yep, basically. She is clearly, more animal than human. She's one of those hybrids that this game has somewhere.
You have nothing to worry about. It's not a disease.
She is just a fish, probably.
Anyway, let's talk about you. I heard that you are a researcher. Not long ago, many of your peers visited here. They wandered around and looked under every rock and floorboard in the town, like you do. I thought perhaps they were attracted here by the town itself. But regrettably, not long after, they left one after another in disappointment. I was disappointed too.
There's a curiousness in her tone. Oh no, not that. Oh my gosh, I hate, like, anything that gives off, like, a really strong smell. It makes my eyes water, it makes my nose go crazy. And my dad has this body spray and beard stuff, and he is obsessed with it. And after he takes a shower, I can't be around him for, like, at least an hour, because I can't breathe around him. It's not Axe, I think it's like Old Spice, and I forget the brand of the beard stuff, but oh my gosh, I can't stand it. It stinks. It smells like a public bathroom.
Will you be like them?
Those people are famous scholars. Of course they won't spend too much time on a project with unclear prospects. But I'm used to those.
Yes, that too. Perfumes, body sprays, anything. Like, my deodorant is the scentless kind. It's just there to help keep me from smelling, but it has no scent whatsoever. And that's the kind of stuff that I go for, even when it comes to, like, my soap and shampoo and stuff that I use. There's no smell to them. Because I can't handle strong smells. Let's see, she spreads her hands out to the town with nothing more to say.
I salute you for your courage and spirit of exploration.
I thought you might be more hostile to me. Shouting things like, "Who do you think you are to prowl about on our private property?"
Huh?
Many see the study of ley lines like finding a needle in the grass of a Siberian field. Wasted effort with negligible results.
There is no such thing as meaningless work.
Yeah, it took me forever to find the ones that are... Well, they still have scents. I have yet to find, like, a completely scentless ones, but I found the ones that have, like, the most subtle scent that there is. Like, you can put your nose, like, right up to it, and you barely smell anything. That's what I go for. Usually the ones that say, like, ocean on them typically have 0 scent, or close to 0 scent, from what I have found, at least in the women's department.
It doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, or what you do. You will find your purpose here.
Let's see. Vila shifts her gaze over to Avgust, who has been found and surrounded by the other children not far away.
Is that so? No wonder how you have such an unusual student like August.
All that childhood wonder. Innocence. Somehow you've preserved it in him, haven't you?
The children seem unconcerned with the new adult. They have their own world and their own rules to be addressed.
Is the show finished? We cancelled our rehearsal, August. Mr. Yevgeny just left red-faced.
Yes, and he cancelled the friendship cheese on the food menu. All thanks to you.
But I was welcoming our new friend.
And we have lost our cheese because of you.
Oh no, not the cheese!
You're the most bothersome kid in the Rayashki.
I know that word. Most means the best. So thank you, Piotr.
August. He truly is just a cinnamon roll. It's fine.
You!
No thoughts, head empty, but that's fine. The other children gather close.
August, we don't see anyone new here. You're not lying again, are you?
She's with Vila. They greet each other, share footprints, and even sing together. Windsong is also the best. She can draw many lines on the snow and even on a seagull.
Okay.
We're not having another freak in town, right?
Do you mean drawing on the blackboard, like Miss Vila did?
August playfully shakes his head, feigning an air of mystery.
She made the earth turn into a tall wall. And she blew her breath at it and made a building appear.
No, it was just a wall. It wasn't a building.
If we had enough lay hunters like her working together, we would be able to send sunflowers high into the sky.
That's not so tough. All the men in town know how to build stuff like that. When we grow up, we will work like them, with hoes and shovels. But that will take ages.
If we can learn how to build like the lay hunters, then we can help the adults right now.
Don't listen to August.
The children discuss the notion animatedly. Piotr finds himself squeezed out of their huddle. Well, I think he means she can trace, like, the ley lines in it. Let's see, he puffs his cheeks and hurries over to the adults.
Greetings, Miss Winsong. Is it true? Can you really shape the earth into different things and build things from it?
Not exactly. The things I build with my arcane skill have only a momentary effect. I can't use it that way. I learned it as part of my research while studying ley lines.
The other children join in.
Miss Vinsong, those things August told us, are they true?
Probably not. Or not in the way that he described them out loud.
The sun that closes its eyes, the dark clouds that spit on people, and the lines that can reveal everything.
Miss Winsong, will you be our teacher? Like Miss Vila? Can you prove anything?
Kids, one question at a time.
The children surround Winsong, catching her off guard. She looks apologetically at Vila.
Sorry, Miss Vila. I should explain it to them. Mine is not a formal discipline. Many people believe that it relies too much on the observations of arcanists, and the conclusions aren't useful for the public. So it is best that you kids do not study it.
She shrugs her shoulders again.
A pursuit of passion, fit for only a very stubborn fool like me.
I see.
Vila nods in understanding.
Then you must show us all about it. Shouldn't she, kids?
This isn't a useful skill. You don't want to learn it. Show us. Show us now. Wait, doesn't that exist? Isn't that like a Jackbox game? Like there's one where you can make a doodle, or everyone makes a doodle and then they like fight each other. Pretty sure it is.
I'm sure Miss Winsong would be very happy to give us a special lesson about her studies.
Uh-huh.
Yay!
Escaping the unasked-for obligation may prove more difficult than expected.
Miss Vila, I thought I made myself clear.
I see. But no, this moment is basically when the introvert becomes the most popular person in the room. She desperately wants to escape, but the extroverts won't let her.
You have worked hard in this pursuit of passion, haven't you?
Regardless, the study of ley lines is, well, it's useless.
Yeah, I've seen some people play Jackbox games. I just don't remember all of the names, but yeah, I've seen people do that one. Let's see. Winsong lightly taps her yellow notebook filled with cryptic scribbles and notes.
Useless.
These kids should learn something like geography. It's a much more thorough and important field.
I know there's like the one Jackbox game where you like do t-shirt designs. I know you're able to like buy the t-shirts you make in that one too. Also, I forget which game it is, but one of the Jackbox games, like the ending song for the credits, it actually uses a synthesizer V vocal synth, Eleanor Forte. I forget which one it is though, but it's like, oh, that's cool! Hey, whatever works. If you find some way to get your, like, merch or get your, like, art or something printed, go for it. More power to you. Like, get your own personalized merch. That's just a cool concept.
As far as the general public and academic institutions are concerned, the study of ley lines is
yes, it really was.
Geography. Worse still, one that is solely accessible to
then you don't have to worry about like having a printer that works with like the specialty paper that you can like iron onto shirts and actually having the iron-on paper work on the shirt that you get. You just order it and they do it for you and it's fine.
To devote any real time to its investigation would take up valuable research funds and equally valuable researchers.
At least that was how they felt about it.
Vila furrows her brow.
Who can say for certain?
What about you? Do you also think that the study of ley lines is a waste of funds and manpower?
Of course I don't. Through ley lines we can detect Arcanum-related events in the area, learn about local arcane creatures, and find the secrets hidden both above and below the Earth's surface.
Doesn't sound useless to me.
But I can't yet prove this to people.
Vila places her hand on Winsong's shoulder.
Well, you don't have to prove it alone.
Yeah. It's like when I was little, we tried some of the iron-on paper. We made like designs. Because there were like theaters in our area every summer that would do like dollar movies. Just they were older movies, they weren't like necessarily recent ones. And me and my mom and some of our like family friends would get together and just go to it because you could buy like a ticket pack for like $10 and have like 10 movies basically. And a lot of groups that go there were like school groups and they would all have matching shirts, and my mom was like, it would be funny if we also had matching shirts. So we tried to make the matching shirts. The iron-on stuff didn't really work, so we didn't get the matching shirts. It's fine. But we did make an attempt.
doesn't matter what others think of your work. The only important thing is finding its uses.
It's like half of the picture would stay on and the other half wouldn't. So now that I am older and that I have seen videos doing like more artsy stuff and DIY stuff, it's like I'm thinking either the ink was not like compatible or the iron wasn't like strong enough or something. Which would make sense because our iron wasn't very good. Or maybe the shirt needed washed first and we didn't wash them. We just bought the blank shirt and tried to iron it on and it didn't work that way. So it might have been the fact that it wasn't washed. Yeah. Well, it's like, we used to have this program, oh, what was it called? It wasn't, I think it was called, like, Print Shop. This is a very ancient, old Windows program that existed. My mom had it, to use for, like, very simple graphic design. It had a bunch of clip art, like, baked into the program, and you could do, like, cards and banners, and it looked like basic school, like, teacher design stuff. And there were clip arts in there, and she's like, oh, this would work for it. And you could do like you know, like the old meme, like text where it's like, all the rainbows, or like it looks 3D or whatever, like those weird graphic text things. Print Shop had all of that baked into it too. So she made like an anagram of like all of our names of the tiny little group that did these little like $1 movies or whatever, because it spelled a word. Oh, what was it? I forget the word that we used. And so she made like this really simple clip art little graphic design thing to print out to put on to the shirt, and it just didn't work. But in our hearts, we had that on our shirts when everyone else was matching. Yeah. But we knew nothing. The only time we actually got the iron-on paper to work... There was like something that was... Oh, I forget. But no, the only time we did get it to actually work was... we used to go to this, like, a couple years ago, we used to go to, like, this ugly sweater, white elephant exchange thing that a family friend would hold every year. And we wanted to get our sugar gliders involved. So me and Mom, we went over to Build-A-Bear, and we bought some of the ugly sweaters from Build-A-Bear, like the tiny ones for the teddy bears, and turned them into pouches for our gliders to be in, so they would poke, like, their head out of the t-shirt hole. But my dad's favorite movie is Christmas Story. You know, with, like, the leg lamp? And so... Yes, we did it with several shirts, not just the Christmas sweater. It was really cute. But my dad, he went with an outfit inspired by, like, Christmas Story, and he wanted, he wanted to bring our big bear, our Kuma, with us, and we were like, we have an idea. So we took some fleece, and we made the Fragile box from Christmas Story, and we ironed on all of the stamps and stuff from the box, upside down and everything. We had it right, and Kuma could just stick his head out of the hole in the top. So Kuma secretly was dressed up as the leg lamp. It's fine.
At first, Rayashki was just a remote village, far north in the Arctic Circle. People came here to share a dream of a better future.
But that time, like I said, we got the iron-on paper. It worked fine. It worked fine on fleece, but not t-shirt material. Explain that to us.
Then Zeno approached us and became our business partner. For over 60 years, people here have worked together to make it what it is now. We built the school, the swimming pool, and the cinema for everyone. Rayashki embraces and takes in every newcomer. You and your studies are no exception. This is where our paths meet.
Vila smiles warmly. It hits like a warm sea breeze. See, the only problem with those pouches, the Christmas pouches that we made, was that they didn't have like a zipper. So if we went somewhere and the gliders smelled food, they would be like, we are here. Otherwise, they would stay like curled up inside and be fine. But once I forgot, I had Yomi with me in one of those pouches and we went to like a chicken place. And I have mentioned how much Yomi loved her chicken. I was fighting with her the entire time I was eating my chicken because she got her little nibble and I kept eating chicken and I wasn't giving her any more. She was a very angry little baby. Yeah, this is true. This is true. Let's see, a pair of hands concealing sharp scales extended towards Windsong.
Please know that I'm not just doing this for you. I'm doing this for a better future.
Vila glances at the children not far away. Some of them seem to be solemnly saluting a sunflower, as if it were a security team guard.
A well-rounded education is vital in bringing up the next generation of scientists and workers.
Yes.
Our children should learn more about this world, even from those perspectives and types of knowledge that aren't widely accepted.
This is true. This is true. That's why most warning labels are in pictures, because it's quicker to convey a thought with a picture than with a bunch of words in small print. But some people, especially if it's like a last-minute decision, will just assume, oh, this will work. It says it will work, it should work, and then it doesn't work. I can say that because it's happened to me multiple times. Let's see, Wensong looks out to them and meets the face of her unexpected friend. He waves back excitedly.
Thank you, Miss Vila.
She claps her hands. It is colder than expected, but welcoming. Okay. I mean, for me, it doesn't even look like a sign. It looks like Bill Cipher. But I'm sure it is actually a sign. Oh yeah, if I click on it, then it's bigger and it's a sign. To me, it looks like Bill Cipher, though. Oh, you want to know something sad that happened to me once involving, like, writing? Once, it was like, before I got my last job, I had spent like a year or two doing like personal study on just writing Japanese because I was determined. I want to read hiragana and kanji better. I want to be able to just look and understand at least how things sound, because if I can figure out how things sound, I can usually pick out what words are what. And so I spent like a year or two just writing in Japanese. And the only time I wrote in English was like typing. So I got that last job and I had to sign the contract, right? I went to sign my name and I literally forgot how to write my name in English. I was sitting there for like a good 10 seconds like, wait, how does one spell my name again? I eventually got it. It's fine. But for like 10 seconds, I was a complete blank on how I could spell my name in English without like hiragana or katakana.
The cities look like squares to us, while natural landscapes appear to be curves overlapping one another. Many bizarre places in the world, such as the location of the Tunguska explosion or the mysterious 30th parallel north, can't be drawn in squares and curves like cities and ordinary landscapes.
It was so weird, because I hadn't even really thought about the fact that I had spent 2 years not writing in English, essentially. And then I go to write just my name, something that I know inside and out, or at least I should know inside and out, and I'm like, how does one spell my name? Yeah, basically. Because if I remember right, I'm pretty sure I actually did start to write the katakana for my name, and then I was like, no, English, cursive specifically, which I have always struggled with to begin with, and it's like, so I had to turn like this straight line into a slight curve to try and finish the letters, and it's like, okay.
We need to find a way to indicate them.
Because I'm always slow, even without me doing like that whole year or two of just pure Japanese writing. I've always been slow with cursive. I have always struggled with cursive. Even when I spent months trying to practice cursive as a child, I have always struggled with it. My signature looks like it's written in Comic Sans. It's fine. So I'm always slow with my signatures. That was the slowest, though. Trying to swap my brain from Japanese to English to cursive.
In a clear,
the factory reset didn't help. Didn't work well.
It's a maze.
Well, it is the ley line map of a city, but you are right. It does look like a maze. To begin with, I should introduce the most crucial concept in the study of ley lines. That of ley energy.
It's like, I'm pretty sure I had several months solely dedicated, as a kid in school, like several months dedicated to cursive. But oh my gosh, I didn't like it. Yeah, that too. Again, that goes back to me not really understanding or thinking too much about it. It's like, okay, this letter needs to look like this, so I draw super slowly to make sure I'm getting the lines just right. So my signature, even though my name is relatively short, the signature is like out to here or something. Yeah, it was like several months or a year, I forget which, but it's like, I struggled with it, I did not like it, I still struggle with it, and I do not like it. It's like, I want my name to be legible, and so I focus a little too hard, because, like, both my mom and my dad's signature, they're just a scribble. It's like, I don't even see any letters in this, it is just a bunch of lines. How do you call this a signature? I know most signatures do just look like a bunch of lines, or a bunch of squiggles. But you can't even tell what you're writing at that point. I can usually keep things relatively flat, and what I struggle with is, like, you know how cursive is supposed to be like italic? I write cursive straight up and down. Like I said, all of my writing looks like Comic Sans. Even my cursive somehow looks like Comic Sans. It's fine. It's a little annoying, but it's fine. No. I have seen Russian writing, but I don't think I've seen Russian cursive before. It sounds interesting. It also sounds very confusing.
It is a special energy which we can easily detect throughout the town. See how it comes out from underneath the ground and goes into the local biosphere, circulating around like a system. If we think of the town's ley lines as a food web, then ley energy lies at its foundation.
Like how big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat even smaller fish.
Here. To the Google. It's literally the first result if you type in Russian. Oh, okay. my! Oh! Oh no! Oh, how would you read any of this? What? What? It's all the same shape. It's all the same shape. Yeah. But it's like, I haven't had the opportunity to really sign my name all that often, so my signature still just looks like Comic Sans. But at least it's legible, you can actually see the letters. That's like the one good thing about my, like, kindergarten level cursive. You can at least read it. Let's see, the boys' comparative is simple, but essentially correct.
Exactly. They are the smallest fish eaten by the big fish. If we catch the big fish and study what they eat, we will know where to find the other big fish. And the ley energy, I mean, when the big fish die and break down, the small fish will go back to where they first came from. The circulation goes on and on.
You've put it very well, Miss Winsong. Like the rainwater that comes from the ocean to the rivers and returns back to the ocean.
Let's see, her tongue rises, the scales along her neck unfurling slightly.
You're a quick learner, but it is not exactly like water. The concentration of ley energy is far more noticeable than that of a lake or a school of fish. Once we find its densest spot, we'll be able to trace it back to its source.
Then what are these bright spots?
These are the energy-rich locations. In a way, they indicate the energy flow.
So many. They look like stars in the sky.
Yes, and finding these locations can be very costly in terms of time and manpower.
Then what do we do after finding them?
They can tell us many things. The ley hunters will follow their courses, analyze the components in them, and match those components to each resource. Some of the components don't match with any of the known resources, which means there might be a new resource waiting to be discovered.
Dun dun dun.
Of course, from the ley energy, we can also learn about the local critters.
You talk about strange things, almost like Avgus does.
No, she makes a little more sense than August, I think. He pouts, finding all of this hard to believe.
These are just lines.
Like dancing earthworms. They wiggle, they twist. They're having fun. Jumping on the waves. Then into the little boxes. And back into the little balls.
Great. We have 2 of them now.
Well, I mean, I think anyone can do it. It's just up and down and up and down and up and down. It means something. I don't know what, but it's just up and down and up and down. But have a good rest of your day. See you later. We will be here learning about ley lines, apparently.
They look interesting, but we don't really understand.
Her theories are a bit too complex for children at this level, even with the aid of a drawing.
Cheer up, kids. It's not finished yet. Leyline cartography is complicated. It takes the efforts of many ley hunters working together, investigating the area, even braving dangerous and forbidden places.
Yes, exactly. It's a very intense one, if it just goes straight up and straight down.
To this day, we've never been able to finish a completed ley energy map.
Their enthusiasm dims, but some remain immersed in the world of ley lines. August raises up the incomplete drawing.
I know it now. This is Rayashki.
Huh?
Ah, I see it too. And here is the swimming pool. That little square is our square. These little balls are our homes.
Oh, I live here. The third ball on the left of yours.
The children react with surprise. Winsong applauds.
You're very bright, August. This is the ley energy map of Rayashki.
But Miss Winsong, why are you mapping the energy of our town? Have you found any secrets that we don't know?
Children, right now you can only see what's above the ground. But there is even more ley energy beneath the ground.
Winsong lowers her head, feeling momentarily transported back to a time long past, while her audience listens intently below.
Will the sun always be in the sky? Will the glaciers ever melt away? What lies in the darkness beneath us? Are there other critters around here that you've never seen? How should we deal with them?
This topic sets off a clamor of excitement from the children.
I heard once that there were many strange footprints next to the school windows.
Uncle Patrick saw it. A monster with 6 legs, and each one has spikes.
That must be a kikir, a small-sized Canidae critter, mostly seen in cold areas. But the ley energy might have affected the weather of their habitat, or they wouldn't be here in Rayashki in summer. The deep blue line here shows that particular one's movement.
Or maybe Uncle Patrick could have drunk too much.
The ley energy accumulated in them suggests that they mostly feed on moss and worms under the snow and stay near town. We can infer that this is a docile herbivorous kind of critter that is merely curious about human behavior. I think feeding them will be much more useful than driving them away.
I have never heard anyone in my life pronounce it docile. It's docile. Yay, mispronunciations! Woo! That or maybe I've always heard it wrong. Who knows? One of us is wrong. Let's see. Vila nods thoughtfully.
Since these critters began to overrun the area, the defense team has encountered many new creatures. I can feel there is something strange about them, but I can't yet understand the differences. You provided a different angle on the situation, Miss Winsong. I believe it would help the defense team greatly.
These new discoveries have provoked interest in the teacher and her students alike.
The fires in the furnaces are out. The bees and kites dance around the pond. White mosses on the wall. Oh, storms will fall down from the sky.
That doesn't sound good. His bizarre yet ominous statements seem to upset the others.
Stop saying these strange things, August. The defense team will keep the critters out of town and protect everyone. And there will not be any stones falling from the sky.
Piotr stands up, his fists clenched and face flush red.
Is everything alright, Piotr?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you're lying. Rayashki is safe. It will be our home forever.
I hate to tell you this, kid, but what August just said could be right. I have the same feeling that the good weather here won't last too long.
She gazes outward, the sky above is gray and growing darker.
Look at those thick gray lines. Those are the traces of cloud movements and moisture. Now they're mingled together.
But the sun will still be shining. Miss Vila said that the polar day will last for a very, very long time.
Miss Vila was right. And past statistics don't lie. According to the data, the weather here should continue for the next few months. Yet the ley lines say otherwise. They say the weather will be extremely unpredictable.
You are making things up. The forecaster on TV said the weather in Rayashki will be temperate in the coming months.
Well, as I have always said since I was a small child, the weatherman is always wrong. They never get anything right unless it's currently happening.
And the weather forecaster was right, according to his analysis. But life is full of surprises.
I know why you're concerned, Miss Winsong. I feel the glaciers are melting slightly faster than usual. There is going to be a warm front forming from the melting water.
When Song looks at her audience, she had half hoped for some opposition from them.
But will there really be stones falling from the sky?
I can't say anything for certain just yet, kid. All I have is this incomplete map. And as you can see, many sources of the marks and traces haven't been located. Which means we can't come up with a precise calculation. But there's no question that Rayashki will soon face many challenges. The weather could become much worse. The environment might change. Maybe some unknown critters might turn up.
Well, I mean, the environment did drastically change earlier. August made all those sunflowers just randomly spawn. That could probably screw with some things, honestly.
Liar! You're all liars! Rayashki is at home, so it can't be dangerous.
The class bell rings at an inopportune moment. The children rush out of the classroom one after another.
Piotr, you can't fly if your feathers get wet.
Winsong sighs. Although she hasn't fully adapted to her new role, she must keep up with the children. Vila intercepts her.
They will need some time to take in all this new knowledge. Don't you agree?
I thought I could handle all their questions. I think I made things worse. Sorry.
Have faith in them. They will come around.
Except for maybe, Piotr. I think he's not going to come around until, like, things actually start to go down. Let's see. Piotr squats on the ground, muttering softly to himself while rolling some pebbles. A sunflower and the boy attached to it approaches. Is he growing out of the sunflower, or is the sunflower growing out of him? That is the question. Are you... Oh, he read that.
Stories of monsters and falling stones. They aren't good at all. I overheard Mr. Evgeny talking. He said the town has so many problems. And soon, what some people think will decide our future. If people believe in those terrible stories, maybe they will be scared and they won't come back to Rayashki. Our town will be forgotten.
But I wasn't lying.
Choking tears fill their small world. Rustling sounds come up from behind the flower bed. Oh, look, it's the dog! Crimson eyes set in a furry head observe them with curiosity.
Hmm? Hello, Kikirun.
Just calmly, hello!
What? What are you doing? I will draw attention. You go find the defense team for help.
The older boy opens his trembling arms defensively. Okay. We poke.
Your request has been heard.
They think they're poodles. Look at those pom-poms.
I can hear him. I just hear him.
Yeah, we can just do that.
Good idea. Break it. Break it.
Okay.
The bones with music will speak. The bones will tell. This is not a mistake made by men. Careful.
And poke.
Victory, the mother of arrogance.
Okay. A mound of sunflower seeds is presented on a pair of tender hands. Moist nostrils approach, and then a rough tongue greedily curls around the seeds.
It's itchy.
What was it, Kikrin? Purrs contentedly as the now empty hands stroke it gently but confidently.
It feels warm, doesn't it? Miss Winsong said they can be our friends. That they will bring seeds to every corner of the town.
Like a gardener?
Another pair of hands reach out to cautiously caress its fur.
Yes. Go plant more sunflowers, Kikirn.
The deep blue creature darts away.
So, Miss Winsong was not a liar.
Pain! Okay. Still no trails, I'm sort of amazed. Let's see, the warm current of the ocean is a stranger to this place. The long silent dock seems to be pining for use for visitors to bustle once more with industry. A lone figure stands there, resolute, unblinking. Vila stretches out as she stands beside him. The scales on her wrist and ankles catch the light, shimmering against the white reflection of the water.
Do you really think it's a good idea to turn to Xeno for help?
We have drawn almost every man and woman from the mining facilities to get rid of the critters nesting around the port. Most of the defense team were injured. Some lightly, but others got much worse. It will be weeks before they can return to duty.
That's not good.
If an attack like the one at the rehearsal happens again, I'm not sure we will be able to protect ourselves.
His stance doesn't waver, but his face turns stiffly towards the abandoned mine far in the distance. Kittiwakes screech as they swoop down over the vast white tundra.
I know most of our people are frustrated with Xeno's arrival, but I expected better from you, Vila. People trust you, and they will follow you. But that doesn't make you right. Maybe you're still too young to see the dangers.
I might be wrong, but history is a long lesson in learning what is right through being unafraid to be wrong.
Sadly, we don't have time for a trial and error.
Pain.
And this is your excuse for making decisions for us against our will?
I will hold myself responsible for my decisions. In that, you have my word.
Their conversation reaches deadlock once again. Fortunately, elsewhere, there are others with fewer and simpler burdens.
Today is the day of our welcome ceremony. Vila said when the bell rings, the important people from the Torthis Academy will arrive.
Torthis Academy?
Everyone looks excited.
No, everyone I think is dreading this.
Nina has put on her best dress. I know she will be great on stage. Basono will duel with Piotr. It's his duty to protect the princess. As for me, I got a new job from Mr. Afghani.
Oh no.
Salute, shake hands, and give them the warmest welcome.
The child nods solemnly, aware of the weighty mission he must undertake. Oh no, human contact! The little standard bearer stands ready to receive Rayashki's latest guests. Oh, the doggo's back.
What, this? They're bubbles in the water.
The critter pops its head out of the water, two eyes staring out at the boy with bewilderment.
We meet again, Kikirn. Are you planting sunflowers under the water?
Blows bubbles.
Have you brought your friends?
Oh no. Oh no. Bubbles swirl on the open surface of the water as more Kikirns break through the slurry of ice. Though their peculiar appearance differ from one to the next, they all possess large lamp-like eyes that look out and around with curiosity.
1, 2... Oh! Your friends also have 6 legs! Look! They're wearing needle grass and flat files on their legs. Are you also here for the ceremony?
Oh no. How has no one else noticed this? If it's just on the water, there's more people than just Avgus there. The child takes pride in his imagined duties.
Welcome, Kikirn and friends. Welcome to the prettiest town in all of the Arctic. Rayashki. Please enjoy our song.
His cheeks flush as spirited, childish voices reverberate in unison out into the sea ahead. Seagulls take flight as a distant stern salutes spring to life. I can read. Seagulls take flight as a distant stern statue springs to life and rushes over.
Comrade August, what are you doing?
Whoa! I'm welcoming Vicky Kieran.
The child happily salutes the Kikirns as they step onto the dock.
Get out of there, they're dangerous. Defense team, drive them away.
Wait, these are Kikirn. They're not aggressive, they're just curious about us. The kids seem to like them.
The defense team moves swiftly and without hesitation. Oh no.
Get rid of them.
Oh no.
As you command, comrade.
Oh no. We get to poke the doggos. Oh no.
I can hear it. It is here.
I will poke that one. Okay, I guess I could have went for the one in front, I wasn't sure. Let's see. Let's do this and that, and then we can attack you.
This is not a mistake made by man.
I targeted this one. Be that way. But attack.
Music will speak. Careful.
Guess it didn't register me clicking the one in front. It's fine.
Huh? It's already over?
Sprays of bullets and bursts of flame disrupt the water's surface, following the Kikirns as they dive in, one after another. Alarms wail in the distance, but the Kikirns are already long gone. The children who came to see them are left on the ground, gripping their hats over their ears.
The Kikirns are all gone. I think they don't like us anymore.
Comrade Yevgeny.
Take the kids back to where they were, Comrade Vila. It was your duty to protect them.
His orders fizzle out as soon as they are said.
Maybe if we make the town a better place, more friends will come back. Then they will also come back. That makes sense.
The researcher observes all this from a nearby vantage. Her notebook rustles with a sigh.
The family of Kikirin includes dozens of subspecies, but none of them are so greatly adapted to water as this. That is to say, they might also be affected by the ley energy under Rayashki. Pity that they were driven away. There was much we could have learned from them.
Pain. She looks up. A blanket of clouds obscures the sun, with only a few rays of light breaking through.
The temperature here is rising much faster than expected, and much earlier in the season. I imagine if you asked the Weather Bureau, they would say this is just an odd occurrence of unseasonable weather outside of expected ranges.
Oh, that doesn't sound good. The booming sound of cannon fire interrupts Winsong's train of thought.
It's time. The Xeno investigators should be here any minute. I must stress again how important this ceremony could be for our future. Our town's economy is facing a cliff. And I am sure each one of you has noticed the increased rationing.
Rationing.
If we wish
Maybe
to
it's just the accent, but that's supposed to be rationing.
From these frequent creature attacks, we need Xeno's support. So we will work with Xeno, because we must. The future of Rayashki is in our hands. So is the future of every comrade here. And we need the cooperation of every man and woman here.
His stare falls towards, Rusalka's vibrant tail? After a pause, his target replies.
Xeno's ships are very fast, so as soon as they appear on the horizon...
What? What? Was that? I'm confused.
Our ceremony will begin.
Understood.
The choir rises in unison, looking out at the pale blue horizon. The sea responds placidly. Salmon leap out of the water, seagulls circling along the empty coastline. Yet no sign of the anticipated ship appears. The quiet expectations of the adults set the children to whisper.
Xeno is late. So late that Miss Villa would say they're absent.
Do you think something bad happened to them? What are they doing there?
No answers come, but a new event catches their attention.
Oh, something is falling. Light and soft, like a polar bear's head.
Dark clouds press down on them, blocking out the final rays of sunlight.
Poor bear, losing all his hair.
So, a blizzard. Snowflakes flutter down across the gray sky. Converging in the blustering wind, they fall towards the town.
It's snow! What? How can there be snow in summer?
'Cause you're in Alaska? I don't know.
Is this related to the strange thing Avgus said earlier?
If so, I'm happy that these aren't stones or a dark cloud spit.
The children huddle near August, astounded by the accuracy of his predictions.
Avgus, I can't believe it! You were never right before.
Ugh. Oh, it's chilly. The snow is biting against my skin.
I'm sorry, Avgus. I shouldn't call you a liar.
He lowers his head hesitantly.
But will Rayashki really get into trouble?
A gentle hand nudges Piotr, a motion learned from someone older and wiser.
Piotr, we will not be defeated. Not by clouds or bears. Look.
We're looking into the void. Oh, it's the pretty song from the menu.
Mr. Tortoise is walking very slowly, but no one has left their position. For Rayashki, you little swans must go back to your lake too. Go as fast as you can. We will.
Don't forget your own job, Avgust.
The children return to their positions and ready themselves.
So, this milky white line is this snowstorm. The average temperature in Rayashki has reached its highest point in the last 5 years, which together with the abnormally rich air moisture have produced an unseasonal and odd kind of snow. The weather forecast was wrong. Ley lines were right.
Winsong can't hide her excitement. She leans up on a wall some distance from the event, her pen flying across the page, page after page of notes. I can read, I promise. Until she is compelled to snap back to reality. The assembly before her has barely moved. The snow claims more territory by the minute. Over sea and land piling up on the railings and rising over boots, large and small. It's a boat! A distant foghorn accompanies the sight of a flag piercing up into the horizon. Zeno arrives at last.
Everyone listen! Our ceremony will begin!
As you command, comrade.
Music, please!
Отпусти вчерашний день, оставь прошлое. Каждый шаг рисует новый день. Не смотри назад, не теней в медно. Светлые небеса путешествуем.
Let's see. The steamship pulls into the rudimentary harbor, but no further movement follows. The porthole opens, but no voice comes out, no sound whatsoever beyond the lapping waves. A letter flutters out towards the anxious crowd. They aren't even going to come out of the boat. They're like, here, take a letter, we're leaving, okay.
It's a pleasure to speak to you
Or
all,
no, the letter is
our
alive.
friends in Rayashki.
I see.
On behalf of Xeno Arms Academy, I am here to announce the details of the Xeno-Rayashki Cooperation Agreement.
I should have expected this to be a character.
A squad of armed troops will soon be sent to aid you with the critter problem. However, having given it careful consideration, we have decided that the town of Rayashki is no longer viable for our continued support and must be abandoned. We advise that all residents prepare to be transferred to a new post immediately.
Pain.
Thank you for your cooperation.
What?
Pain. Now the question is the letter an actual character or is it just an arcane skill? Because it could be either one.
I don't see the point of your reluctance.
The frowning master of ceremony straightens the tortoise pattern letter and then shoves it back into the envelope.
The letter conveyed Zeno's decision clearly. I suggest we warm ourselves up with a few drinks before we go. Do you have any stowage in town? Better than sitting here dwelling on the things that cannot be changed. Please, tell me you have something like cocoa here?
Their long-awaited guest stretches lazily as if no one is around. I am really struggling to read. I apologize. I'm pretty sure it's because I fried my brain this morning with my translations. It's fine. Let's see, and he sinks into the couch. The tension in the air hangs like fumes waiting to ignite.
This is not what we agreed on earlier, Mr. Bertolt.
Calm yourself, Villa.
You must be mistaken, my very passionate friend. Sino sent a warning months ago. The estimated value Rayashki can add to Sino's program is less than satisfactory. Further support is no longer recommended. Should any new valuable resources be found in the region, please reply to this letter as soon as possible for further assessment.
And this is why they need the ley lines, because she explained that it could find valuable things. So we can see how this is going to wrap itself up nicely.
Then we heard back from Rayashki. In fact, the sender was... you, Evgeny.
Yes, it was.
And it was you yourself that argued the most compelling point, I have to say. One that has drawn the higher-ups' attention. And the reason why I was sent here. I believe you wrote, I have total faith in the quality of the people of Rayashki. Their solidarity, dedication, and motivation have proven invaluable to us. I am certain they would carry those same strengths of character and skill to any post, no matter where they were assigned.
He folds the letter and hands it to Vila, her face blank as a canvas.
Zeno accepted my application. Of course, I asked around before making my submission, and Zeno seemed to have a good reputation. It was a golden opportunity to join them.
It is, but do not get us wrong. Our entrance requirements can be most difficult to meet.
Oh no. So they're going to up and, like, kidnap them eventually, basically. But if they don't meet certain standards, they're just going to be kicked out into, like, the barren wasteland.
Zeno only takes in the best of the best.
Oh no.
You want some of us to work for Zeno? You never told us anything like that, Yevgeny.
Be reasonable.
No problem, no problem.
Some of us deserve this opportunity.
What about the others? We have elders and children. Some of our comrades have been injured and even died in the mine. Are we to forget their sacrifices?
She tries to suppress the gills on her neck as they heave violently.
Relax, my friend. That's why we sent our very best biological control squad. We will escort you to the nearest shelter.
Another wave upon relentless wave of shock.
Face reality, Vila. I know how much effort we have put into building this town, and I understand you have this dream to fulfill. But we must prepare for the worst. We may have to give up on our Rayashki.
He takes out a document covered in scratched notes and annotations and hands it to her.
Read this.
Okay.
Field investigation has confirmed that the remaining runium reserves in Rayashki are around 0.0173 kilotons, which is less than 0.275% of our average annual output. The mine is located high within the Arctic Circle, which has entailed significant transportation costs. The harsh environment is also wholly unsuitable for building any permanent processing facilities. In addition, military spending on the region has recently been elevated 3.61 times due to increasing animal and critter attacks, and that number is still rising.
Yeah.
Clearly, the region is now incapable of self-management.
Pain.
According to the Guide on Global Humanitarian Aid by the Office for Disaster Risk Reduction of Xeno Arms Academy, we propose to send a special squad to the region to evacuate all local citizens and subsequently take care of the remaining biological control issues.
Well, that
And
sucks.
our admission standards will be lowered at Xeno's discretion, so that you will all find work with us somewhere.
Xeno's representative offers a timely, if unconvincing, supplement to the letter. The paper creases and crumples into a ball in her hands.
I'm sorry, but this is reality. From the start, this ore was the only thing they wanted from us. The environment here has always been harsh for mining, but we overcame it and sent our shipments to wherever Xeno had need of them.
And I salute each one of you for your work, my friends.
But now, our mission is over.
There is no doubt in anyone's mind, uranium has been the town's lifeblood and the key to its survival.
I believe all of you will continue to work hard in your new positions, no matter what.
You shouldn't rush to a decision. We are discussing Rayashki's future here, Yevgeny. For 6 decades, the people here have put in great efforts to turn the town into what it is today. We won't leave just because you tell us so. Our grandparents didn't even have construction equipment at the beginning. They built these houses with their own hands. We ship over the planting soil. We build walls to keep out the wind and snow.
Within the meeting room's cloistered walls, the air is heavy with moisture once more.
When you came here, you brought books for the children and introduced us to a species different than humans. You became one of us. I'm not happy about this either, Comrade Vila.
I won't buy that, Comrade Yevgeny. This is not just about my dream, but everyone's dream. Or have you forgotten what Rayashki was meant to be?
A utopia built for and by everyone. The voice of a better future. One which would sound across the land and seas. I remember every word of it.
Evgeny's voice is low but still decisive.
You have my sympathy, friends. Xeno has also suffered huge losses in many regions. We have lost manpower, territory, armament factories, and even some of our affiliated military schools. Rayashki is but one of these losses. We know how you feel right now.
He shrugs his shoulders, his face a picture of unhelpfulness.
But Xeno has its own problems to be faced. And investing in these new industries, purchasing fancy equipment, all these things Rayashki will need. All of this takes money. And even Xeno must be economical.
Shouldn't the people in Rayashki also benefit from these global benefits Xeno has promised?
We will get there, my friend. Maybe slowly, but we will get there. Trust me, Xeno has done. We need to keep our eyes on our goals.
Like
and stay
shifting,
on
and
the
I
right
bumped the
course,
mouse. Sorry.
so that we won't get lost in these turbulent times. Yes.
Let's see. He leans towards Vila, providing an unnecessary whisper.
I know how much faith these people have in you, and I believe you can show them a different perspective about these coming changes. Of course, this will also help you during Xeno's assessment.
Something tells me Xeno doesn't like fish people.
Good luck, my friend.
Okay.
the reserves of runium running dry, the appearance of new critters, the sudden snowstorm. I've connected the ley lines of each of these phenomena. The map is nearly complete.
Let's see, she unfolds the complex blueprint, filled with various lines and marks.
But still haven't traced many lines and marks back to their source. Perhaps if I go back to the factories, into the restricted zones. But I can't do that alone. Definitely not when the situation in town is so unstable.
When Sun collapses onto a table, an avalanche follows, covering her in layers of books and manuscripts. The piles around her loom like a mountain range, casting her in shadow.
Well, I should have given this up long ago. There's no chance that the study of ley lines will ever be accepted again.
Phantom voices of past mockery and scorn rise up to her ears. Oh.
Regretfully, Miss Winsong, with nothing but these outdated files and materials to back you up,
it's time for a depressing flashback.
The ley lines into our curriculum. We don't have unlimited funds, and we must save our money for projects with greater potential. The study of ley lines is, of course, we might be able to consider new ideas and projects. You can't be allowed to do this on your own. You will need endorsements from the Institution of Geographic Studies, the Arcane Creature Society, or other such organizations. Let me think. Zeno seems to be interested in geographers recently. They just recruited a number of researchers for a new commission. Maybe you should go try your luck with them.
An echo of a nursery rhyme rings out from beyond her self-made mountain range, but she is all but oblivious to it.
The submission date is getting closer each day, but I've made poor progress. Zeno won't endorse me if I can't find a breakthrough. They have become more and more radical and desperate lately. First, they sent those researchers here to conduct their haphazard studies, and now an armed force? And all this effort just to chase the rumor of some source of perpetual energy? That this perpetual energy source must be hidden somewhere beneath the permafrost. The higher-ups call the shots. All they need to do is spread a little honey in the right places. Then all the little researchers will swarm on it like flies. But could there really be a magical power source like that?
Well, I mean, isn't that just sort of her ley lines?
Whether there is or not, I still have a map to finish. There's no way that I can map every ley line in the region all by myself. Goodbye, research funds. Goodbye, lectures and seminars, and so long to my dreams of being chair of the Geographical Perspectives Forum.
She jostles the heaps of books, moving them just enough to let some light and sound. They seep through the cracks like starlight.
Tuk tuk.
Huh?
The door snaps shut when Song stands against it nervously. Instruments roll off the table, colliding with each other on the windowsill, the corners and under the bed, falling in a cacophonous disarray.
What was that?
The door is gently pushed open again, revealing the curious face of a sunflower peeking in through the crack.
Miss Winsong, we've been waiting for you.
Yeah, they're probably like, we need answers. You can get the answers. As far as metals go, the design is a little cruder than expected, and damp paper doesn't quite have the same gravitas as gold or silver. Still, Winsong has fantasized countless times about receiving such an accolade for her work, even a paper one.
Miss Winsong, we prepared a special medal ceremony for you in August.
Please, come to our ceremony. We just wanted to thank you for teaching us. Miss Villa was right. We shouldn't have been so quick to argue. We should have listened.
So you should be given an award for being right. But our ceremony will not be as big as the ones on TV.
Indeed, this is a very special and exclusive reward. Simple as it is, it comes with something no one else could. The innocence and laughter of children.
Miss Winsong, will you accept this medal?
For the first time in a long while, the study of ley lines basks in the glow of scholarly acclaim. The paper medal is cupped in her trembling hands. She could at least say thank you.
I have no cup to put this medal in, so we can't toast with it in celebration.
She sniffles.
But now I know, no matter what, I won't be returning empty-handed. Thank you, kids.
Do you mean... are you leaving us?
But there is so much you still need to teach us. Rayashki embraces every guest, including you, Miss Winsong. Don't you like it here?
The children are on the verge of tears. She is pulled in helplessly, too.
But those things I heard at the welcome ceremony. Won't we all be leaving soon?
No. I don't believe it. That stranger was mean. He wasn't our friend.
Straight and to the point.
This is our town. They can't speak for us.
That's right.
Neither doubt nor sorrow will dim their eyes. Before her lies only a sea of steadfast faces. Their words encouraging and powerful despite their youth. They plant some strange seed of hope within her.
Miss Villa invited the men from Zeno to leave his ship. Then they went into Mr. Evgeny's meeting room together.
Uncle Knut promised me that no one will give up this place. They will go to many meetings and find a solution that satisfies both sides. The tortoises move slowly. They need to keep their eyes open and look for a better answer. So, will you stay and teach us?
I won't cause you any more trouble. I promise.
The children burst into laughter. Their voices very nearly drown out the rustling noises coming from the windowsill.
Comrade Calculator is speaking.
Curiosity propels the child through the half-open door of the guest room. Well, it's doing a thing.
Comrade Calculator, are you giving the earthworms directions?
The clamor by the windows crescendos. Even on tiptoes, the child barely reaches the faintly glowing calibrator. Unfortunately, he is not the only one reaching for it. More unfortunate still, scaly claws prove mightier than little fingers. The other children notice the tug of war and crowd around Windsong, squeezing into the increasingly cramped room.
What's going on here? My calibrator!
Oh no.
The whale-like backbone. The diamond-shaped teeth, 2 short legs with dim eyes and an extremely sharp nose. That must be a Kikiduk. But their closest habitat should be Konkarl's land, hundreds of kilometers away.
Its snout fixates on the new treat in Windsong's grasp. She pulls out the scanner, its gears whining as ley lines flood forth.
Their marks on the map appear to be red, sort of reddish-brown, and there's a large amount of ley energy accumulated around them. Clearly they're high on the food chain. Seems like the small fish have attracted more than one big fish.
With a swift kick, she sends the grinning critter tumbling.
Kids, get behind me.
Dun dun dun. We go. We poke.
Your request has been heard.
So what is... It's like a fuzzy land shark.
I can hear it. It is here.
The music will speak.
Okay. We will
Confrontation was never
attack you, and I guess debuff
the
you.
bones will tell. The Bagua drown on the sign brick never warns about its changes. Careful.
Okay. I mean, this, and then that. This should break it.
It's time
Cool.
to say goodbye. Don't miss me.
The undeterred Kiki-tooks, close in on the narrow ledge.
Oh. The Kiki-tooks are giving a performance. Their nose sings, their four dances, and their belly shakes. But why aren't their ears doing anything?
August, what are you doing there? Stay back! Those are not Kikin!
But...
The meaning of both their messages is lost in the confusion.
But their ears are left behind. They can't join the dance. Then they will not get their Alyonka.
Ears?
Winsong, struck by her sudden revelation, fixes on the Kiki-took's head. Beneath its tuft of plush fur lie well-hidden ears of a deeper color.
Природа — это числа и черты.
Okay. After a brief incantation, lines converge in a beam that hits precisely on its ear. The creature's cry pierces the air.
So that seems to be their weak spot. Good job, little one. You're even more perceptive than I thought.
Winsong pats of Gust's head.
Next.
She reveals a dark and dangerous smile. The Kiki-tooks finally relinquish their ill-gotten gains, leaping down and away from the windowsill, leaving behind gnawed-wet fragments of the lay calibrator. Oh no, is it broken?
Blin! This was one of the last working instruments I had!
The sunflower gently pats against Winsong's shoulder.
Don't be sad, Miss Winsong. If we plant them in the soil, many more will come out when spring comes.
Thank you, August.
Miss Winsong, can I be a lay hunter too?
If we were as good as you are, maybe we could have protected your machine.
And maybe we could protect our town.
Winsong turns her head, meeting many pairs of expectant eyes.
Kids, lay hunting isn't a good profession. If
Miss
you become
again?
a lay hunter, you will have to deal with doubt from all your peers, even hatred, and homework that piles up to your roof.
Miss Winsong, people in Rayashki are taught not to doubt or hate others. They would never hate you or us.
Exactly.
The children of Rayashki are in some ways so strange to her. Their courage and solidarity overcome her long-standing hesitation. Her curiosity at them, at all of this, becomes palpable force, one pulling her even closer to Rayashki. Okay. I'm just sort of curious. Oh yeah, there's still a whole lot. Also, let me claim that, it's been bugging me. Let's see, yeah, this one. Water.
I'm happy that you let us show you around, Miss Vinsong. We haven't had many other visitors here since the critters started coming near the town. I met a blind lady once. She always smiles.
Oh,
and
her?
She has a pretty typewriter. Vila said she's a writer.
Oh, is that the lady that I think might be Verton's mom? From the half anniversary.
The writer has been to many towns, and she fills up her papers with so much ink, just like I do. So, I made the drawing for her too. And she promised us that she will tell more people to come visit Rayashki.
Will people from other places like it here?
Images bounced around in August's mind. I keep trying to say like Augustus or August with his name. Just out of grasp.
What about your other visitors?
I remember they had green and red rectangular paper, and some shiny cookies in their hands.
Okay.
They tried to trade us their silly papers so they could take our cans and things. They never wanted to work with their own hands. And Rayashki doesn't like lazy bones.
On this, the children's head bob in agreement.
Miss Vinsong, Pitcher got all of us together last night, and we read for our How to Be a Good Tour Guide. So, we can guide you.
Miss Winsong is just a bit strange. She's not lazy.
The child hides his face, but the blush on his cheeks reaches up to his ears.
This time, I want borscht, blynchik, and oladji.
Let's not hurry on to our rewards, Argus. We haven't helped Miss Vinsong yet.
Oh, right.
He just wants all the candy. It's fine. Figures large and small pass deftly through the once tightly sealed iron door, arriving at the only factory left, whose lock has not yet rusted over. Well, at least they aren't going into like an abandoned one.
Good to see our little factory, Miss Winsong.
Hello, sir.
The kids have told me that you want to learn more about the history of Rayashki and the strange things that have happened in the past, yes?
I do. But would that be going against any rules?
Most certainly not, miss. We're not some stubborn old goats that dismiss people for asking questions.
He strides forward.
In fact, I'm relieved. It will be much easier to talk to you than that bitter fellow from Zeno. He came to the factory with his arms squad, took a quick look around, and left even without a polite farewell. Like a whiff of cold breeze, that one. These old, outdated machines, and hundreds of workers, young and old, each one a mouth to be fed. They are certainly not a pretty sight to the eyes of that greedy hyena.
A Pathetic number-crunching cretin.
The whispered insult creeps up to the listener's ears.
I am starting to like you, miss. We would have much to talk about. Perhaps over a drink. If only I didn't have to get on with my work.
A curious look around goes beyond the hard-laboring workers. Tightly sealed doors and a thick layer of dust on aging machinery paint a less than optimistic picture.
You can see what's going on here, right? Don't feel sorry for us. Xena might no longer need this ore processing factory, but we can make use of what's left of it. Once we get rid of the critters, we can arrange for other minerals or materials to be shipped to Rayashki for processing.
He rubs his hands together, leaning against the shell of a rusted machine.
It is a shame we wasted so much of our good years, never preparing for these bad times. If those strange little monsters weren't there, we might be able to return to our minds. Then we'd really be able to turn things around.
About these mining sites.
Her notebook flutters rapidly, its pages turning as fast as a rolling flame.
Mr. Knut, have you ever found anything there, other than runium ore?
Never. I know those sites like the back of my own hand. I've never seen any other minerals of any worth there.
But what about, August's, pendant? That's supposed to be like a really fancy rock, right? The rugged man seems to catch her disappointment, and far quicker than she'd expect.
But give it some time, miss. Well, give me some time. Just a few months ago, back when Xena were still keen to work with us and not just ship us away, I remember they found some strange little pebbles. Dark pebbles that were stuck in the clothes of those little monsters. Xeno soon sent out some troops and caught all the monsters. They didn't leave a single one behind.
Okay. So maybe they're trying to get rid of the people so they can have access to whatever that rock is.
We never heard about those pebbles again, nor have we found more of them in the mines. And you know the rest. Now we've exhausted the runium, and more strange-looking critters have appeared. So it's not safe to go back there.
That,
We left them
or the
completely
monsters that they took away was like the apex predator, and without those monsters there, everything else has gone out of control.
Please take a look at this, Mr. Knut.
Winsong sketches fervently as Knut lumbers towards her with a curious eye.
No, their claws were thicker than a polar bear's. But these are closer.
Okay.
These monsters had much larger teeth. They almost look like old mining picks. And no ears.
Could they be some kind of Hoytuk?
Yes, this one looked just like the creatures.
Okay.
If that's true, then it may be another big fish that has come here to feed.
It is true. You can ask around. Many of the other workers have seen it.
Okay.
So, the color of a Hoytuk is bright yellow, and that matches with these bright yellow lines I've traced here on the map. They are burrowing animals, often living as deep as 50 meters underground, so if they were here, that must mean that there must be some undiscovered resource here.
The corners of her mouth curl as she mutters the words.
Talk of undiscovered resources would be music to our ears, miss.
I don't want to get your hopes up. It's still too early to draw any conclusions.
Yet, the corner of your mouth is suggesting the opposite.
I must be cautious before confirming there really is a new resource. Nonetheless, it's a silver lining. Thank you, Mr. Knut.
Think nothing of it, miss. Maybe one day you and your research will return the favor.
I will, if I can.
She reaches out a hand as she shakes it heartily with warm strength.
I hope your work here can be resumed shortly.
Don't worry about us. We will find a way to drive those critters away and start production once again. We have all our brothers and sisters with us, and these machines still run perfectly. As long as we continue to put in our best effort, there's no reason why things won't get better.
He pats the trembling, coughing machines with affection, like embracing an old friend.
Is this exceptionally positive spirit common with the people here?
Well, can't blame us for that. There are very few places in the world like Rayashki. Here, everyone earns their food and their rest through working hard together. Then outside of work, ice hockey, learning courses, even music lessons. Not everyone is as lucky as us. That is why we won't let Rayashki die.
Knut's voice raises as if singing.
With busy hands and open hearts, Rayashki will live on. It will grow stronger, glowing as brightly as these furnaces.
Something brilliant indeed burns within those furnaces. A product greater than any ore or slag, emerging from the melting of purpose and sweat. The pen that stops stirs once again, but this time she seems to be sketching out something far harder to picture.
I have to say, Rayashki is truly a curious place.
Winsong mutters to herself.
It has a spirit which I've never found elsewhere. Yes. Perhaps that's what was missing from the study of ley lines in the past.
Heh? An odd sound interrupts her contemplation. The sunflower pats against the boy's belly.
Miss Winsong, would you like to meet Mr. Patrick?
The friendly bear Knut nods with an understanding smile.
It's time to go to the canteen, boys and girls. Eat well, and you'll grow strong. Patrick knows how to feed you well. He's the best cook in town. But I would suggest you be careful with that one, if you don't want to get stuck with his endless chatter all night.
I have never been to the canteen. I stayed out of that area in my previous, visits to avoid unwanted trouble.
Forward to Comrade Blinche.
That's correct, stretchy, miss. I look forward to hearing good news from you.
Knut waves them off before settling back to his world of metal. The churning and wheezing of machinery replacing words. Okay. The canteen buzzes with a din of workers. The children weave through the busy hall, leading Winsong by the hand.
This is our canteen. We play hide and seek here when we're hungry. Comrade stew and potato piroshki are always the easiest to find. They're not very clever at hiding. But Comrade Blinchik is very good at the game. He can only be found at dinners on Friday. We have good food, like mashed potatoes and boiled potatoes and potato stew.
I think they have potatoes.
Mr. Patrick said a good cook can turn even simple ingredients into delicious food.
Nina casts a glance around her before she speaks softly.
The grown-ups are so kind to us. Sometimes they give us their cheese and salad, so they only have potatoes to eat.
Don't cry, Nina. Remember when you shared your Olenka with everyone? When we grow up, it'll be our turn to help the grown-ups with our potatoes.
There's an awareness in them, a gravity few children possess at their age. Thankfully, some do retain their blissful innocence, like August.
We also have the Tin Hat Festival, when they give us metal hats with food in them.
August, it's called a Workers' Festival. We have it every month. Everyone must sit in a circle in the canteen and sing songs, and Miss Villa plays the accordion for us. We each get a can of food in it. Sometimes it's a shonka, sometimes it's salad, sometimes sprouts.
Yes, and after the Tin Hat Festival, we would bury our tin hats in the ground. Yellow ones, red ones, and white ones. Then tiny trees will come out from them next year.
I have told you many times, they are not tin seeds, and they don't grow into trees. They are just tin cans. We only bury them so they won't pollute the snow.
The subject of their debate flips a hidden switch in Winsong's mind, the revelation flicking into light.
Piles of tin cans. Food.
She unfolds the ley energy map, pointing to the last blurred area of interwoven lines and traces.
Those empty cans you mentioned, did you store them here?
Oh, I know this place. That's where the adults dug a big hole. They put some things inside. It's covered up with rocks and ice now.
Okay.
Yes, Fasono is right. That's where the grown-ups put all our old metal after they make them into little cubes.
Okay.
Miss Vila said it helps keep our town and the whole region clean.
Well, it might also be attracting things.
Why? What's wrong with that place?
I'm thrilled. There must be lots of big fish left to be found around there. If I can write a report and provide a practical plan, maybe I can get I could request reinforcements.
She halts, swallowing back the unfriendly name.
Yay! School trip! School trip!
This is no trip, children. I'm not going there for a hike. You must stay in town and be good. That goes for every one of you. Understood?
August will still find a way to follow you. That's just how he is. Let's see. Her resolution fails before she even finishes. The children's protests rise in a disordered chorus, drowning out all other surrounding sounds, only to be matched by the static fizz of an announcement. Oh no. Uh-oh. Winsong clutches the thin straw of salvation.
Shh! Quiet, kids!
Attention, please. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, we will be holding our final hearing. In this meeting, we hope to finalize our next steps and answer any remaining questions. We look forward to seeing you there.
Okay. Bertolt leans back in his armchair, casting a fleeting glance forward before his head falls. Blah, blah.
What's this? Are you planning on getting a job with Zeno too?
Huh?
It says here you've been staying in this town for months, but it seems you're not on our list for potential recruitment from Rayashki.
The smile on his face remains as affably saccharine as ever.
I should remind you, for you researchers, what you produce tells much more about you than your efforts.
That's precisely why I'm here.
Go on.
He finally deigns to raise his head up.
Based on the recent investigations, I'm confident that there is a new energy source in the area that has yet to be discovered.
And that's it? We already believed there was something here when we sent you out in the first place. You were sent here to find it. Instead, all you do is confirm what we already knew.
But you said that perpetual energy was just a myth, didn't you?
Of course it wasn't just a myth, lady. Why else would we ask you to investigate here in the first place?
Winsong gives a frown that slips quite intentionally into a scowl.
Do you have anything else to report?
No, but I do need your help. I will need an armed squad to come with me to the mining sites so that I can continue my investigations into this subject. I'm afraid I don't know how long it will take. It also depends on the number of soldiers you can spare for the task.
You have a terrible sense of humor.
I'm not being funny. You want more research on the new resource too, don't you?
Miss Winsong, do you really think this is even a remotely reasonable request?
You sent her to find the stuff. She knows sort of where the stuff is, but can't get to it because of the critters. She asked for help to deal with critters to get you what you asked for. That seems relatively reasonable to me, honestly.
Critters are running rampant in the area, and you demand help to verify what is, as far as I can see, a highly questionable conclusion. Why should I waste Xeno's time?
Because you asked her to do this. You can't do it without help.
Not to mention putting the lives of our soldiers at risk.
If you have doubts, please take a look at these files.
The researcher dives her hands into her bag, but is met with a wave of dismissal.
And let me guess. You learned all this from your study of ley lines? To date, the theory of ley lines has neither been approved by the Arcane Study Review Association, nor accepted by the Project Assessment of Human Science and Technology. It has zero academic achievements, zero endorsements, and aside from the questionable example in front of me, zero researchers.
That's all only a temporary setback.
Ms. Winsong, I sympathize with the awkward situation I have put you in. However, Xeno simply cannot afford to waste resources on a proposal without any solid evidence.
Pain!
I will give you something. All I need is a bit of help up front, I promise.
The look in his eyes is glazed, bored, but Winsong does not falter.
Did you not come here to deal with these critters? Then what's the fuss about? Can't you deal with them while accompanying me to these mining sites as well?
Bertolt's eyes widen, now unglazed, as he rises. He paces silently, drifting at first, then proceeding to the windowsill.
I'm afraid you've got our intentions altogether wrong.
The windows close tightly, sealing the last whispers of wind from the outside.
Xeno is here for one thing only. A source of perpetual energy.
And she knows kinda where it is. She can help. You just gotta help her. I know I shouldn't be rooting for these guys. These guys seem like the bad guys, but still.
This is what you have been tasked to find, with the resources you were given. We won't approve any further requests until you have a solid lead. We aren't paying you for a charity mission.
So then you never planned on controlling the critters here? The squad you brought here was to control the town?
Sounds about right.
A force sufficient to deal with the critters would have attracted unwanted attention from our rivals. It is not in our interests to share this town or its resources. I'm sure you can see that.
Okay.
So even if we do find the resource for you, you won't leave this town or its people alone.
We're talking about the ultimate energy source of Arcanum. Do you think we will just walk away and leave it to be squandered by a bunch of ignorant peasants and miners.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Bertolt's smile fades like a bad aftertaste.
What we are going to do with Rayashki should be of no concern to you. We have made every arrangement for them. We aren't monsters. Before the final decision is made, we will continue to help the locals as much as we can, including you.
Before the wild-eyed researcher can voice her dissent, Bertolt stares, I can read. Bertolt steers the conversation with well-practiced ease. Wordlessly, he draws out an attractive-looking document and slides it across the table towards her.
Is this?
You seem surprised. Isn't it what you have always wanted? With Zeno's endorsement, you will be able to teach your program in any university. We have prepared this gesture of our good faith in you. Now, it's your turn to show yours. Forget about an armed squad. They have more important things to do. You're on your own, my friend. But prove to us that you can do this job and bring us the best answer you can give.
The pale letterhead strings words Windsong's fingertips.
And this piece of paper will be yours when you complete your mission.
I understand.
See that you do. Good luck out there, Miss Windsong.
Let's see. Deep footprints, now half buried in fresh snow, trace the path of the researcher's determined march behind her. Okay, she's back here. Her courage, passion, and body temperature rapidly cooling against the blizzard.
Was I out of my mind?
A little bit, maybe.
He was just trying to get me out of his office. He threw a carrot out of the window and I chased right after it like a blinded mule.
A little bit, kinda.
Still.
Her hand lingers on the paper nestled within her pocket.
Maybe this carrot is too good to let go.
With a sigh of resignation, she reaches deeper.
Focus. Once I fill the gaps in my data, I will be able to pitch it to Zeno, and all subsequent research won't be a problem anymore. The primary food sources for Hoytuk are raw minerals underground. Those processed metals only keep them from starving to death. They wouldn't have gone across any icy ocean just to gnaw on old equipment and trash. All I need to do is find a trace of their activities so that I can learn about their current conditions, and from there, locate their other food sources. Stay calm. Hoytuk are gentle creatures. They rarely attack humans. I just need to be cautious.
Okay. Her internal struggles will have to wait as more practical problems loom larger. The blizzard has covered almost everything, leaving a few cans to poke out, rattling along with the wind.
Alright, change of direction. If I were to look down instead of looking forward, maybe I should scan the area and follow where the ley energy is leading, just like I did at Silbury Hill. Of course, I hope the outcome will be different this time.
She surveys the expanse of boundless snow.
Before all that, I need to clear out this place. Природа — это числа и черты. Природа — это мозаика цветов.
Okay. The soil churns in slurry waves along the seashore. I can't read that. Violent resonance spreads beyond it, one which is... I can't read it. I don't like it when it autos like that. Clearly these creatures harbor some discontent at these scars on their land.
Shoot. Now I've done it.
What were you expecting?
Those vestigial digging teeth. The 3 fingers, long tearing teeth, these are not Hoytuk.
Oh. They bare their teeth and claws in a rhythmic way, like a primitive pre-feeding ritual.
These scaled wings must be for swimming. Then you must be mutant Kikituk from the Olga area. You should be at the Olga Strait hunting for migrating salmon and whales, not here.
The Kikituks can no longer contain themselves and pounce towards Windsong. Okay. So something got them out of their usual hunting grounds. They're little fuzzy orcas!
I can hear them with his ears.
Why are they cute? I don't want to poke them. I want the plushie.
This is not a mistake made by men.
Okay. We can channel
The phones will tell.
and attack. I guess we can do that. We don't really need to heal, but we can get counter up at least. Okay, I'm just... that will end it.
The curtain.
Okay. Winsong sits slumped on the ground, gasping for air. Their fury has not yet abated. The creatures hold their ground. Just give them a hug.
Why did you come here? What inspired you to trek across the ocean just to hunt for humans?
They wanted hugs. They're just big plushies. Her aggressors show no signs of understanding. They inch closer, drool dropping from their mouths.
It seems while their claws and teeth have degraded, their reflex is much quicker than a Hoytuk's. They perceived my approach even though I used my ley line reader as a dampener.
A rumble, distant then near, drowns out her sigh. A gunshot hammers out nearby, the shot landing in one of the snarling Kikituk. The bolt is drawn back, the familiar sound sends another scurrying away.
Get out! Get out of here! I'll cover you!
More gunfire thunders over and over until the last Kikituk abandons their position.
Thank you, sir.
Composing herself, the researcher immediately returns to her work.
Yevgenia, the kids told me about a can pile. Is it nearby?
Can pile?
He furrows his brow, motioning with his eyes to some hilly snowdrifts nearby.
They must be talking about our waste metal. I'm afraid it's gone, Miss Winsong. Maybe animals dug it all out, or maybe those little monsters ate it.
Do you know if that happened before or after the Runian mines ran dry?
I'm not sure.
Evgenie's brow furrows again, this time casting a surveying glance at her scattered instruments.
You shouldn't be here. There's nothing of value to find in this place. And you're not supposed to be using this arcane equipment here either. We have a better way to deal with these fierce little monsters. What you're doing will just attract more of them.
His statement rattles her.
You can drive away the Kikituks?
Not anymore. We don't have much left to fight them off with. Zeno didn't bring any equipment for our team, let alone any weapons. Go. Leave before it's too late.
He carefully checks the rifle in his hand.
What if I don't want to just give up?
Evgenie slows down, making his inspection come across as even more deliberate.
I've seen your residence application. You say you are a Researcher, then you should be clever enough not to go down a fruitless and dangerous path.
Now she wants to go, like, dive headfirst into it.
What I am doing here is reckless. And maybe I'm just motivated by my own selfish interests. But I can't just walk away from my commitments. You have lived in Rayashki for a long time. You know what commitment means here much better than I do.
There's a shift in his face as she turns away from her.
I won't give it up so easily. Just like the people here won't give away their land like nothing.
It's stubbornness. That's all. They should have gone to other places and put their talents to good use, rather than staying here to fight for nothing.
Winsong holds a stare, lifting her chin to match up to him.
Is that why you gave away the town so easily to Zeno? Do you really even know your neighbors?
I have lived and worked together with them for decades. Don't be ridiculous. I agree with Zeno's perspective.
I've been to many places, and I have encountered many people like you. Stuck-up leader types, making decisions on behalf of other people because it's what's good for them.
And they should listen, just as you should now.
He braces the rifle as he motions her back and scans the near horizon.
It's my responsibility to protect everyone, to do right by them. I will make them see it tomorrow at the hearing.
Pain. Okay. People stream in from all directions. They stand now at the crossroads of the town's fate.
People of Rayashki, my dear friends, good day to you all. Over the past 2 days, Zeno has assessed the potential risks and benefits in the area and held hearings on what should be done about the future of this town. Our hearings saw very limited attendance. We've taken that to be a gesture of approval.
Oh no.
Mr. Evgeny has put in a great effort helping to make these changes happen. We all owe him a great deal. Thank you, sir.
He motions to Evgeny at his side. A freshly printed document unfurls before all present, Zeno's seal stamped deliberately in the most prominent position.
Please believe that we have made the best decision we could for you. We all know the runium here has run dry, and the land has been exhausted of all further material wealth. Now and into the foreseeable future. As a result, your local processing factory has lost its intended purpose. What's more, Zeno has changed our cooperation strategy. Though your town's loyalty will never be forgotten, we must have a sober-minded view of its costs and benefits. To sum up, our final decision is that we will be ending operations and all future cooperation between Zeno and Rayashki.
Why did we suddenly get like a megaphone sound? A heavy hammer swings in the square, producing a whistling wind.
Well, Mr. Bertolt, you have just got here. Perhaps you didn't have enough time to get to know us well enough. Rayashki's values.
Rayashki's value is not just in our runium. We have many other factories too. I keep forgetting that I can read the log when I bump the button. Urgent words of protest flood in from all sides.
Yes, you have a brick factory, a power plant, many forklifts, a smattering of conveyor belts. But all these were all built and suited for only the processing of runium ore. Without the ore, they simply have no benefit to us.
The crowd murmurs, voices bubbling up and shimmering like boiling water. Bertolt wraps the table, ending the boil.
Now that you have full knowledge of the situation and our intentions, we want to assure you that your loyalty has not been forgotten. So we have generously prepared 2 choices for the future of Rayashki.
Oh no. Oh, hey, how you doing? Let's see, the assembly hushes.
Firstly, Sino believes that you have many valuable qualities. The determination and skills you've shown in the past year of our cooperation have proved that your people can be a great asset to us.
Bertolt scans across the faces, looking back at him.
Indeed. Many of you already meet the entrance requirements to join Xeno. Therefore, on behalf of Xeno Arms Academy, I wish to extend a heartfelt invitation to you. Leave Rayashki, join us, and work for one of our other branches as members of Xeno.
What are you saying? You want us to abandon our home for some promise of a job?
That's what he's been saying from the very beginning. You just now realized.
Calm down, Mr. Knut. This is not about abandoning your home. It's about joining us in our efforts to contribute to world peace through a more optimized allocation of manpower.
So you're just going to pack us all up and ship us away to work for Xeno?
Yep. And if you don't qualify, you're probably just gonna get ditched in some barren wasteland.
You misunderstand, madam.
He closes the folder, looking conspicuously towards the children beside Winsong.
Every year, Xeno dismisses 4% of our employees because they failed to pass our rigorous work reviews. And the number of our colleagues that are killed in the line of duty is even larger still.
So basically it's like, oh, you qualify now, but afterwards you probably won't.
Working for Xeno is a privilege, not a gift. That's why only a small number of you will be allowed to come and work for us.
What?
Now, according to Article 58 in the section on protection of Arcanist rights, signed at the Event Horizon Convention, we will provide basic supplies for any residents who haven't been offered a position with Xeno. They will be transferred immediately to the nearest relief station until our social workers contact them for further arrangements.
No!
So then, you're suggesting you will send our children and elderly away to some kind of refugee station?
Basically.
And the rest of us must go to work for Xena without any questions?
Basically.
Pridurak! This is total rubbish!
Yes! He waves off, then pushes aside the Xeno soldier in front of him.
Sir, please lower your voice.
Well, you would be glad to know that your work experience in particular is valuable to Xeno, Mr. Knut.
He's not gonna listen to you, you creeper. He attempts a pat on Knut's shoulder, who shrugs him off. But Bertolt acts entirely unfazed, unfolding the document further.
If you're not interested in our first plan, we have another.
Why do I have a feeling the other is just gonna be death?
If the residents in the area prove reluctant to relocate, Xeno can offer another alternative. As stated earlier, Rayashki is a remote town that possesses some significant industrial infrastructure. Therefore, it could be considered an ideal location for a new complex of arms factories. There would be a need to substantially upgrade the Rayashki Wharf, to turn it into one of the seaports Xeno plans to build across the globe. Additionally, a radio station will be constructed within the town, which will better facilitate our communication throughout the Arctic region so as to stabilize and coordinate with the other powers in the area. We will now be passing out forms, listing the options I've presented. Please fill them in with your choice.
So stay here and becomes...
So your only other option is to turn Rayashki into some kind of military base under Zeno's control?
Yep. Pain. You either leave and it becomes a military base, or you stay and you work for the military base.
I won't put it so bluntly, but you're not incorrect. Our resources, as much as anyone's, are limited, and they must be put to good use. We cannot afford to waste them on strategically useless, costly people and places. If you want Zeno to help you, you should be able to give us something in return. Don't you agree?
He folds the proposal again with satisfaction. The crowd heaves in protest, held at bay by the soldiers around Bertolt.
So, Yevgeny, this is the best choice you made for all of us?
I must speak in Mr. Evgeny's defense. He is committed to his duty, and only wishes to do what he can for his compatriots.
After he is completely backed into a corner, I assume.
Shameless! All you've done is sold us out!
You tell them, Knut.
Do you think it's getting a bit windy lately? Clearly, with all the hot air in Evgeny's head, his mind has been blown away.
Countless eyes fall on Evgeny. Disappointment, sadness, perhaps something more complex. You did the dumb.
I swear to you, I'm not doing this out of my own interest.
You still did the dumb, sir.
Comrades, there are many better places in this world, and you have better purposes to fulfill.
But they won't be able to go to those better places. You basically just turn them into slaves for Zeno.
You shouldn't waste your time here.
The bear of a man puffs up with anger.
Let's all calm down, my friends. It's time to be reasonable. Think carefully. Zeno has been very generous regarding the offers before you.
He readies himself as if about to launch into a grand prepared speech, but his hand trembles. A chill wind sweeps over him.
Generous? Now that's ridiculous. We won't let you take away our family and friends, nor we're about to let you turn our town into a puppet state.
We will stay here, no matter what.
Comrades, I understand how you feel right now, but we must face the cruel reality of our situation.
And you're willing to send away our own people, or give up on all we've built here because of this so-called reality?
Yep, pretty much.
It is the only way forward.
I'm sure there's another way.
If we continue to stay here without any help, it will be the end of us either way.
Do we have to turn to Zeno for this help?
Evgeny fails to react at first, but a defeated expression comes over him.
The truth is, just as Rayashki's economy has been dependent on Runian, we remain dependent on Zeno. Without them, at the present rate of consumption, we will be out of supplies and materials within a year.
Pain. A silent tidal shift sweeps over those assembled. The researcher observes the change with harsh recognition.
The situation looks bad. Zeno is determined to gain control over this place.
She touches the unsealed letter. Her fingers jump away as if it had been electrified.
But if I complete the task as Zeno requested, does it mean...
Bertolt's words echo in her ears.
I will shatter their dream?
Yep.
And what about my dream?
The words stick in her throat.
Did the people who refuse to acknowledge the study of ley lines act out of the same self-interest? I've seen this happen so many times before. A simple dream is made to face a cruel reality, where the clever ones give up and leave, and the stubborn fools remain, waiting to be crushed. asked for our misery.
Pain. She turns, her mixed feelings refusing to settle. The wall of soldiers has suppressed most of the dissonant in the square. But still, some bravely charge forward.
Wait!
I have a feeling someone's about to get hurt.
I'm not finished!
Bertolt dismisses her with his hand as he leaves the stage.
But I am Miss V.
The researcher remains stunned, but this potent chemistry of hope and resolve begins to catalyze something in her.
Sir, with all due respect, I can't complete this task alone. As an ordinary researcher, I can relate to them. Please, forgive me for interrupting.
She lifts her head proudly, looking out in the direction of the crowd.
I have heard so much about Rayashki these days. They started from nothing, but bit by bit they accomplished the impossible. Their voice should be heard. Природа — это числа и черты.
Oh. The soil and snow under her feet becomes imbued with new life, rising up around her. They clamp onto military boots and surge up into gun barrels, plugging them. The teacher seizes on this opportunity. She climbs over the wall of confused soldiers and charges forward.
Mr. Bertolt, we can't hold them any longer.
Okay. I have a feeling someone's gonna get hurt.
Your request has been heard.
There's just a gun. Okay.
It is here, I can hear it.
The bones will tell.
At least I can't get Moxie. Oh, the gun is tanky. It's fine. Okay.
It is here. So that's your idea.
We can debuff you.
Speak.
Hopefully we can channel on the next round. Oh, they aren't tanky no more. It was just that first one. Okay, channel, go.
The Bagua drown on the sign brick never warns about its changes. Pardon me.
There.
Huh? It's already over?
Their conflict ceases. Scaly palms forcibly grab Bertolt's arm, sharp nails tearing at his sleeve.
Now, will you listen to me?
A clean new ledger is stuffed into Bertolt's hands.
We don't need your help. Your soldiers and your tyranny are no longer welcome here.
Vila turns around and faces her people.
Comrades, what do you say? Shall we solve the problem with the strength of our own hands and hearts?
What else can we do? This is what we've always done when there was a problem.
Welcome back.
There will be more solutions than problems if we work together.
If I must die, I will die here with all of you.
Just stop talking nonsense, you idiot. Nobody is going to die.
Rayashki belongs to all of us. We will stand with it till its last moment.
The sudden surge of conviction and unity cows the guards as they move backwards. Many blush with shame. Some of them quietly withdraw. Oh? Eh?
Huh. They might say they're just ordinary people. But But they are so brave and noble.
Ah. It's like, it feels like there should be a to be continued, but at the same time, it feels like it just wants to keep going. Okay. More story! Woo! Okay. A lonely researcher aimlessly paces through Rayashki's square. The town's cold wind clearly cannot smooth the wrinkles of her brow. I guess this is like her mind.
Could I really have traded the future of these people away from my ley line studies? Zeno. I was a mule chasing after a carrot on a stick. They lured me here all so I could help ruin everything.
Okay, her voice burst up from her chest.
You seem to be in a good mood. We taught Zeno a lesson. They were forced to leave with their devil's bargains and tails stuck behind them. We fought back, finally. A nice little trick that was. Thank you, Comrade Winsong.
She smiles at Winsong, giving her a wink.
We all know who the mysterious hero was that gave us a helping hand.
I didn't do anything.
It's no shame to have helped your friends, not to mention to stand up to Zeno. Have more confidence in yourself, Comrade Winsong.
But will you really gain anything from this fight?
Not sure. But we have to do something, right? That's why I'm here.
To talk to me? I don't know why, but Miss Vila, you must have thought too much of me. In fact, I'm only a simple researcher. I'm not powerful enough to change Zeno's decision.
You are the one thinking too much, Comrade Winsong. Your ley line lessons were much more popular than you think. They have had a positive effect on the children. Now they are looking at the bigger picture and observing the world in a more detailed way. You've unleashed their curiosity. Is the aurora the bubbles spit out by the stars? They form such a beautiful map. Do they study ley lines too?
Vila feigns distress, shaking her head with pretend childlike confusion.
But it remains the case that the study of ley lines has never been verified, for all its ambitions. Only a limited number of people studied it in the past decades, and that number is decreasing even now.
Vila nods thoughtfully. Well, we can get a better look at the scales now.
What you're looking at is not some skin problem, but my past.
Explain your mysteries, fish lady.
My past as a Rusalka.
Oh, I thought it was her, like, saying that that was her name or something. Okay.
Rusalka? You mean the mermaid from folklore?
My people used to live in a far secluded place in the north, away from the humans. For hundreds of years, there was only hostility, plunder, and slaughter between us and them. We only started to learn more about each other in the last few decades. And then, I was born. It's been a hard life growing up within human society, but I've become used to it. Still, some things never got easier. Most humans still thought I was a freak. They welcomed me with mocking, sarcasm, and contempt for my people, my heritage. As for the Rusalki, they too found a half-blooded mermaid unacceptable. They didn't approve of my living among the humans, forcing me to live as a fugitive in Moscow and St. Petersburg.
Oh. Half-blooded, it was a nauseating term, one separating the Ruzalki from the scaleless humans who had stolen their homeland. An ancient myth that was the source of the enduring hatred between Ruzalki and humans.
They tried to catch me by every means possible, so they could wash away the stain they saw in me.
That sounds very difficult.
Humans have stigmatized and hunted the Rusalki for centuries, while Rusalki still have the instinct to attack and plunder human ships even now. How are they supposed to make peace in such little time? That was what I thought years ago. Then I came to this town.
Flashback? Or not. She surveys the white land. The unifying cover of snow removes the distinction, differences, and flaws.
A wonderful world where humans and Rusalki could live in peace. I was finally convinced. In Rayashki, everyone can make contributions with their skills, whether you are a human, a Rusalka, or a ley line researcher. I don't mean to give you more stress or push you. You will always be our friend, whatever your choices. But this is not an unreachable dream. It's real.
A familiar phrase wells up inside her again. Conjured from long silence past. Now we get the flashback. I think. The girl, then much thinner and more stubborn than now, couldn't help but cheer. The other lay hunters failed to take notice as they combed through their scattered papers.
The editor of the environmental research agreed to publish our report, finally! But he only gave us 5,000 words on the last few pages. Undoubtedly, it's still a good start. Our first step to reviving the study of ley lines.
Winsong beams with excitement, clumsily sprawling over the table to select from their papers with care. Dull, dry theories shine anew, bright and vivid in her eyes. A table of twinkling stars. Yet these stars must shine against an all-consuming field of darkness.
That's it, I give up. Maybe I'll study something else, like urban planning or landscape design. At least I can make a living that way.
She gives them good news and is like, okay, I quit. Winsong remains buried in her heap of books and manuscripts, oblivious to the loss.
The study of ley lines is outdated. Everyone agrees now that it can't be verified by science. This whole study was a dead end. Ley lines are only a baseless theory of arcanum.
The old papers on the table filled with nothing more than nonsense and wasted ink. At least that's how the world received it.
I tried talking about our study of ley lines with other arcanists, but almost no one has ever heard of it. They are more interested in Laplace's breakthroughs, or anecdotes in their own fields, like the chaotic energy sampling mentioned in the paper written by the Butterfly of Lorentz.
The stars have dimmed.
So, maybe it is an unreachable dream?
Pain. A long moment of wistful distraction falls back into reality. After much hesitation, she begins to speak again.
I do wish I could help, but it would take a lot of resources to verify the theory behind ley lines. There may be even danger and sacrifice. Even Zeno has paid little attention to my research. They only see it as a means to an end.
And she just mentions that.
Researchers in other fields can stand on the shoulders of giants, while I don't even have a school to return to. I doubt that the study of ley lines will help you much.
She retreats a few steps back.
I see. Well, thank you for your honesty, Comrade Winsong.
Vila looks away, holding the regret deep in her chest.
I'm sorry.
До скорой встречи.
До встречи, Vila.
She bows her head and turns, taking a few more difficult steps away. Perhaps it was her unattainable dream of revival that slowed her, or the weight of all that had gone wrong.
Wait! Comrade Winsong!
A burst of light leaps towards her once more.
Hmm? Don't forget your next lesson. The children are still waiting.
You cannot retreat.
The town is...
Life must continue, comrade. We can't let our worries stop us.
Okay.
You cannot run away. The children need you. For a second, it didn't look like there was anything there. Okay. As the chalk marks its final stroke, the lecturer exhales a long breath.
Class is over. Thank goodness I still remembered the basic premises of ley lines in biology. Feel free to ask me any questions. Oh, cheer up, little ones. There won't be any exams for this subject.
She offers a hesitant joke to ease the awkwardness of the class, but their unusual playful responses never emerge. She turns to face the class that must be bored, asleep, maybe distracted. She met instead by clear and focused eyes.
Miss Winsong, are you going to dig up those potatoes alone again? Is there anything we can do to help you? Miss Vila said we will work together to beat the critters out there. That we will find their weakness as long as we finish the map with you.
Just like how you taught us to. Kikirin are not dangerous at all. They are plant-eating critters and pose little threat to humans.
I have ropes, flowers, and white gloves. We will dig up a lot of potatoes together. Piotr is strong. He can move any rocks that are in our way. Nina can prepare a kettle of warm water for everyone. And
The children's voices rise and fall. What began as an icy determination soon melts into a cascade of sobbing tears.
I'm sorry, little ones. I wish I could verify all the theories we've been working on, but...
She affixes Rayashki's ley energy map to the blackboard, circling an empty void.
As you can see, a critical part is missing. It might take months to finish it. Besides, there may be even more dangerous critters in that area.
then the town will become the witch's new castle. Or perhaps an empty castle.
Her attempt to turn the mood again falls flat. A merciful bell rings out and the dreary topic like a dirge. Thankfully, the next teacher arrives swiftly to relieve her.
Quiet, children.
She holds her gaze firm, sweeping over the assembled children.
Wipe your tears and cheer up. Our Rayashki will stand strong.
Really?
But what are you going to do?
Winsong is taken aback at first, then contemplating the possibilities, she delicately weighs her own words.
Vila, I hope you aren't seriously considering Xeno's...
Of course not. They might try, but we will never give in. No matter what, for now, we must find a way to protect our town. We will need a shelter from these critters. We've all decided to stay.
The curtains part and sunlight pours in from outside.
Look outside, children. Each and every one of us is doing what we can.
I think it's
to hold
auto-playing.
our town together.
Or not. Oh, yeah, it is.
Factory is spitting out puffy bubbles?
The workers are going to transform the abandoned factories into something useful. They're cleaning the ore and debris there. Not an easy job. After that, we will start new production lines and cooperate with the surrounding cities. We will grow potatoes, breed fish, and make canned food. We will find our strength together.
Are we putting makeup on the factories? We can paint their faces and put beautiful garlands on them. So what is Mr. Patrick doing? Everyone's waiting in line. Is it the Tin Hat Festival again?
I'm sorry, August. I think we will have to live without our tin hats and Comrade Blinchik for a long time. They are signing on to a reform of our rationing.
Okay.
To transform our factories, we need to cut down the budget for the canteen.
Oh, thank you for your sacrifice, Comrade Blinchik. You deserve a medal and some chocolate.
Look! The bulldozers are tearing down those houses.
Yes, we all agreed to exchange some of our living space for more land to grow food.
Okay. Hopefully that will help. They need like a greenhouse. The children crowd the windows, silent but brimming with pride as if paying tribute. One song follows Vila's narrative to its conclusion.
The price is much higher than it first seemed. Is it worth it?
Of course. You cannot find what we have here in Zeno's barracks or in the relief camp. You can't find it anywhere in the world. Think about the old comrades and the babies. They're the past and the future of Rayashki. How could we leave them behind or subject them to Zeno's whims?
Mechanical sounds from outside carry across the snow from afar, as if the land itself is calling.
No one shall ever be abandoned in Rayashki.
I think people out there would be envious if they saw what you are doing here.
She doesn't press further.
We really aren't doing anything so special. We're only doing our job, our duty to one another.
Her scales and spines have risen, though whether it's a sign of pride or fear, she can't say.
There are lots of conflicts out there. Conflicts like the one between humans and Rusalki. Like the ones that mocked the study of ley lines and dissolved our school. They did so simply because it might take from their funds or steal their glory. Everyone forever building walls just to keep separated from each other. Hoarding whatever they could get their hands on. Then they blame the aftermath, the harm they do to others on cruel realities. Cruel reality. It seems to be everyone's mortal enemy, the cause of all suffering, war.
Oops. War, greed, the perfect excuse to never care. Her voice trails into a mutter. Also, should you be spouting all this stuff in front of small children?
But things are different in Rayashki.
This doesn't seem like a conversation these two should be having in front of small children, but whatever.
They took me in unconditionally when I came here, and they stayed friendly for a week, a month, a year, and even now. So naturally, it became my dream too. Everyone here shares a beautiful dream. A dream that we can work and enjoy life together. That someday, there will be no more conflicts between people or worries about tomorrow. That everyone will be able to work to achieve their passions, whatever field they wish to pursue. A utopia. It's not just a way of life for now, but the future we're always trying to reach. I've spread the study of ley lines in Rayashki, along with its potential.
A simple invitation catches Winsong's eye, with dense meshy signatures filling every possible space.
They showed great interest. The study tells us about the secrets that could lie beneath the earth after all. Perhaps it will bring hope to Rayashki.
But I'm not one of you.
You taught the children something new, and you helped us explore our town's potential. Didn't you? Everyone here is more than happy to help you. You know, Comrade Knut has been boasting about the assistance he was able to provide for your studies. And many others are envious. They want to help you too. More importantly, you already have a group of curious students here willing to study your theory.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she has a place here. Granted, at the beginning of the section or whatever, she clearly wasn't still here. So maybe she doesn't stick around.
Allow me to ask you again, Comrade Winsong. Would you hold a lecture on ley lines for all the citizens of Rayashki?
Even though my research doesn't have any endorsements or achievements?
Of course. Perhaps we can be the first to endorse it, after your lecture.
You're being far too obvious in your recruitment tactics.
Vila smiles, ignoring her feigned protest.
The world is not a beautiful place. Poverty, privilege, egoism, exclusivism, so many problems. But that doesn't mean it can't get better in the future. Perhaps the experiment we're doing in Rayashki now will become the symbol of a better future. A new world where all races and ideas can coexist. Well, of course it may fail and end up a ruin, but at least we've tried.
Pain. She watches Vila standing proudly as if gazing at a great ship bound for a distant shore. Venturing all, never shrinking back.
We love our home, and we're ready to devote our lives to it.
I can't shake the feeling you're inviting me aboard a leaky boat that could sink at any moment.
Maybe, Comrade Winsong. But should we sink, remember your friend is a Rusalka, and we do well underwater.
This is true. Winsong blinks, half wondering if her new friend had gone mad. And finding it matters still that she is reaching out to solemnly accept the invitation. Woo!
What an honor.
Friendship! Okay. What's gonna happen next? The crowd is gathered together again. It is a familiar place, one she's visited in dreams before. This time, though, her watchers seem more curious than doubtful. Their eager eyes follow her every move.
Today, I'm going to introduce the study of ley lines and the progress of my research on the Rayashki.
Okay. Winsong takes a deep breath, pulling out a few pages of research notes. The pages are passed from hand to hand, stirring excitement.
Thanks to your help, I have finished a draft of the town's ley energy map, and I have confirmed the presence of many precious resources.
Through these colorful lines?
These lines and spots show us the state of local ley energy. Each color represents a different concentration of creatures or minerals. Simply put, this area covered in frozen earth and frost contains many rich resource veins. These gray marks symbolize them. They are located in most of the corners of the map, all of them outside of town.
Oh, maybe that's why Grandpa said we couldn't grow anything here in the beginning. They eventually solved that problem by importing rich black topsoil for our fields.
As for the runium you've mined to make a living, look at the dark gray marks. According to the map, they are becoming increasingly scattered and faint, so it can be hard to see them. Besides resources, we can also find concentrations of different creatures using the map. The navy blue marks represent the Kikirn, while the aqua green ones represent the mutant Kikirn from the wharf. They feed on plants, and you can find their traces in many corners of the town. The red-brown marks are the Kikituks, an aggressive species. They're vicious by nature and prey on just about anything arcane they can find, even other creatures.
Okay.
I feel as though my head is going to explode from all this new information. Can you explain a little simpler for this old workhorse, Comrade Winston?
The colors are different things. You can find them with the colors. Woo!
Of course.
She proudly produces a small handful of fluff.
This sample comes from a Kikituk in the mine. I took it with Mr. Yevgeny's help.
Seems like just a normal piece of fluff, no matter how I look at it.
Yes, and in most people's eyes, it's nothing more than that. But in a lay hunter's eyes, it reveals a great deal of information. The navy blue marks and the red-brown ones seem to mix together, and there are also dark gray ones popping out among them.
Okay.
So, it looks like our Mr. Kikituk ate well. Perhaps he had a kikin soup with a runium-flavored kefir.
Looks like these critters have realized our dream long before we could.
But what about those black marks? If my memory serves me right, the map you just showed us had those black marks too.
Yes, but they don't match any creature or resource we know. I believe it represents a new kind of resource.
Oh. Well, where is it then?
The mood has intensified, residents clamoring around the sea.
We can only find the answer in this area here.
You mean in the depths of the mine?
Yep. Winsong gives a slow affirmative nod.
The ley energy is emanating from there. Afterwards, it flows throughout the food chain, passing through all kinds of creatures and materials before eventually returning to its source. Then our new resource is probably somewhere there.
So we need to find it. Then we won't have to put up with Zeno anymore.
The audience sparks up, rippling murmurs turn into a burst of questions and excitement.
But do you have any other proof?
He lays out his hands as if expecting Winsong to put something there.
Of course. Remember the critter you found in the mine, Mr. Knut?
Yes. You said it was called, Hoitu.
Hoituk, a subspecies of Kikituk. They live underground and feed on minerals.
That was around the time we had begun to run out of runium.
Is that so? But they were still there. Perhaps even more active than usual. That could only mean they were attracted by some other mineral or energy source, right? And even though I didn't find any further Hoituks during my research, I did find the Olga mutants, one of their close relatives. Since they are social creatures, my discovery must prove the presence of some of these Hoituks, even if we cannot find them yet.
The surrounding cheers swell again, prompting Evgeny to clear his throat.
But in the end, this is all just conjecture.
Killjoy.
Are we really going to waste all our time and money on your assumptions?
Killjoy.
Or can you prove it's something more than conjecture?
I would call it a preliminary conclusion.
But
It's
could
just
it be
the theory.
endorsed by any authorities or proven theories?
So far, no.
So then it is little more than a fairy tale. Am I right?
I admit, it's a gamble.
Evgeny's now infamous brow furrows once more.
It's never easy to dig, you know. And Zeno has already withdrawn all their own equipment. All we have left in Rayashki are some outdated machines. Besides, Miss Winsong mentioned the critters. Maybe their presence there is some kind of proof, but they are themselves a danger. It is obvious that there will be many more critters there than near the town. And you would have us waste time, perhaps even sacrifice our comrades, to pursue what could just be a fairy tale?
I mean, he does have some points here, but he also tried to sell off the town, so I'm still gonna call him Killjoy. He advances closer, step by step. Winsong's mouth opens slightly, the look on his face far too familiar. Back into the mindscape. Woo! The moment before the collapse of Leyline Academia. Yes, that is the look. The suffocating weight of questions and regrets.
There is no doubt. The cost is simply too high. Who would be foolish enough to dig some holes in the wild just to see if there are critter bones in there?
Harsh sounds of laughter come from everywhere and nowhere all at once.
The answer is very clear. We don't need new kind of geography meets with arcane. Let's save everybody some trouble. Conclusion, the application for Project Leyline should be rejected.
Agreed. Even cranks can apply for research funds nowadays.
She staggers back, bumping into something solid. A strange yet familiar, cool sensation lands on her shoulder. Vila stands beside her.
Keep moving, Comrade Winsong. Keep moving. The people of Rayashki don't back down in the face of their problems. Whatever it is, we can fix it together, right?
I approve of Comrade Winsong's proposal.
Me too!
Her surging ship launches forward, plowing through stubbornness and doubt, never looking back.
That's right. This is not a gamble or a fairy tale.
Her hands tremble as she opens her backpack.
Here's a leyline simulator. It can simulate the creatures on the ley energy map, so we can do further analysis.
Is it able to simulate the critters too?
Certainly. Simulating critters is lesson 1 in the leyline textbook. We can use the simulation to carry out targeted training against the critters.
Okay.
Looks like the study of ley lines is more organized than I thought.
Congratulations, Comrade Winsong. You will have the manpower you need.
Let's see, Winsong turns as more and more fists are raised into the air.
Turn it on, comrade.
We can't wait.
A deep breath, a glance to confirm that all is ready, then... click. Fanciness. It is a cool effect for the ley lines. We just ignore that a lot of the pictures are very pixelated. It's fine. Evgeny instinctively positions himself in front of everyone.
It's like digging the mine all over again.
That was the biggest achievement of my life.
Let's do this, comrades. Digging like this is no easy work.
They roll up their sleeves, pressing forward confidently. Okay, so simulated fight against the fluffy things. Now there's shiny fluffy things. Let's see if we can channel.
Speak.
Tu peux la jeter maintenant, la charme doit pas stürme vite in den Boden
Okay, it's fine, it's fine. Go here. Might as well... Oh no, we can just do
music or speak.
that, I guess.
Careful. Pardon me.
Now if that thing could hit Balloon... Oh, it's not even gonna attack, never mind. It's like if it hits Balloon, then it'll just end the round itself.
Huh? It's already over?
Okay.
Whew. That was one powerful blow.
The square is now packed by groups of disheveled workers resting after their rigorous exertion. Winsong's back is soaked and her simulator creaks with stress.
I think we can draw our conclusions now.
The old bench groans beneath her boot as she nimbly propels herself onto its narrow back.
Everyone, we have to admit, this is going to be a risky operation, but it's also our last chance to protect our land and our people. We must explore the mine. There will be danger. Yes, some of us may get hurt, but we may also find this new resource and save our Rayashki. For you, for me, for everyone.
There's no cheer that rises to meet her. The only thing audible now is the distant sea breeze buffeting the shore.
We can already expect that critters have occupied the mine. We'll just have to work together to drive them away. We dug this mine with our own machines once, and we'll do it again. This is how we've made it so far.
The crowd rises, pulling in together. Winsong looks up and outward.
However old they are now, they will always be our children, right? Yuri, you're good at the assembly, huh? Nikita, you're gonna be busy with the engines. Valeria, we need you for this cruise.
More and more stars light up. They outshine the twinkling snow. Woo! They're gonna do the thing. Hopefully it works out well for them. I assume it will. We have yet to have like a truly bad ending for one of these. We've had some depressing moments and character death, but we have yet to have like a truly bad ending for anything.
Miss Vila, they've been doing strange things.
Father took out a lot of old books, and he spends most of his time looking over his blueprints now. He said they will be the key to saving the town. Shame I can't read those books or help with anything.
My dad was acting strange too. He started fiddling with the bottles from under his bed again. But Mom didn't scold him this time. She even took out some of her treasures from the cabinet. Reindeer horn, noisy birch sap, golden teeth seal whiskers. Dad said his potions would keep everyone energetic for a whole day.
Even Mr. Miser took out his wand from the safe box.
The children cluster around Vila, pleading for answers. Vila is about to speak when a hurried, laboring footsteps interrupt her.
Kids, good luck, Comrade Vila.
Regrettably, his march cannot proceed, as he has now become the children's newest focus.
Mr. Patrick, are you doing strange things too?
The book bag on his shoulder cannot elude the children's scrutiny. It is not a cookbook he carries, but something far weightier.
How to use and maintain Model A050, Operation Manual of Model Circa 1562. These dusty books, they look older than me.
These old friends are our textbooks.
Do adults take exams too?
We're doing something far more important than exams, kids. We haven't used these old fellas since Zeno brought the new ones. Most of our comrades don't know how to operate them. Now is the time to put them back into use. Comrade Knut has been teaching us how to use these outdated technologies.
That's right. All the adults have been divided into many groups. Knut is leader of the engineering group, and Pasono's uncle is in the investigation group, while Nina's father has joined the potion group.
Okay.
All of them take part in the creator combat training at dusk every day, and we share our combat experience with each other. And everyone is working hard to explore the mine.
The children burst into questions, seeking the current whereabouts and activity of every single adult that they can think of.
We will be able to live on our own without Zeno!
Miss Vila, I want the town to be proud of me too. Is there anything that we can do?
I have lots of metal toy trains. Can we make components out of them? They can spin and whistle like a minecart.
That's a great idea. I'm sure it will inspire everyone.
No, let them use mine first.
Hands shoot up among the children, each ready to volunteer.
Calm down, children. I know you want to do your bit, but our future needs you. Now your job is to study hard, so Rayashki can rely on you in the future. Understand?
Oh, what about August? We can't find him.
It has been a while since we've seen him, hasn't it?
He'll be so sad if he doesn't get to have a job too.
Don't worry, Nina. He is helping the town in his own way.
In what way is that? I guess he has been able to, like, see things.
Ears.
Yeah. You could see things. A gunshot sounds as the Kiki-tuk swiftly scurries away.
Whiskers?
The boy is a conductor of a symphony of arms. Gunfire and the noise of battle follows in the wake of the little sunflower's hands.
It's only been a few months. Can't believe the monsters have already occupied the whole place.
Well, not a problem as long as we got our mischievous little comrade. He always knows exactly where they will come out.
Things wouldn't have gone nearly as smoothly without him.
I would never have believed he could do this if Comrade Winsong hadn't endorsed him.
Never underestimate any of our comrades, big or small. Do I need to repeat that again?
Of course, August is securely guarded despite his dangerous mission.
Well done, August. You protected everyone.
Protected? But I was just teaching our monster friends how to dance right. They are slow learners.
Yes, that's what we want you to do.
She struggles to match her words to her little friend's own imaginative interpretations.
A performance with the Kiki-tuks. Your job is to tell which critter, which friend is dancing wrong. That's your talent, isn't it? Just like you showed us before?
Oh, but what if they dance right? Then they deserve some Alenka chocolate, don't they?
Indeed, for all those scattered, many more come slinking in behind them. Hey Jason, how you doing? Welcome to story time. They shadow every move, intent on repelling their intruders.
Comrade Sergei, Our new friend is right beside your boots. I think he is hoping to kiss them. Will you dance with him?
Sergian, there's a monster about to eat your foot off. You better do something.
Watch out!
But we need to learn how to decipher his language. Well, you're still making progress, so it's fine.
Just see if I can hear it.
Music or speak.
Okay. Okay. Let's see, we can do... do that. And we can do that.
Careful.
Well, I mean, if you're trying to go for 100%, you gotta do it eventually, so it's fine. I'm just happy with Replicant. We're almost there. We are so close. Tomorrow, we should be able to get the endings, I think. All of the endings, then it's just the final speedrun thing.
Confrontation was never
So we're getting there. We're making progress.
The bones will tell. The Bagua drowned on the sign brick never warns about
Well, I
its
mean, you
changes.
said you have to get like 1,000 and you only have 300 something, right? So, you have more than 300 to go.
Pardon me.
Oh, did I misread it? Sorry. I thought you said you had like over 300 out of 1,000.
Back off!
Evgeny surges forward, white light piercing the last Kikitook's nostrils. Evgeny pushes the carcass aside, allowing blood to drip into the snow. Yeah, okay, so I didn't misread it. So yeah, you have a lot to find. 300 is nothing. But you will get there eventually. It is the quest to 100%. It takes time. I mean, we've almost hit 100 hours on Replicant. Yes, we're close, but we aren't there entirely. There's still a chance that we might not get E tomorrow. I'm not sure. It depends on how long this goes, because I don't think I want to run late today, so we might do some more reverse tomorrow. It depends. Let's see, he fixes intently on Windsong.
There are many more critters than we can deal with here. Many of us are injured. We must retreat.
Faint moans rise from the stretcher, bandages and bloodstains accumulating in small mound on the snow.
We made the decision to come here together, Comrade Evgeny.
Yeah?
We are so close to the depths. We must not give up now.
I know everyone's wounded.
Cool, cool. See, you're making progress. That's what you gotta focus on. You're making the progress.
Don't you think?
This is all my fault. I'm sorry.
Don't be, Comrade Winston. You've given us a workable plan and helped us recognize our little comrade's potential. No?
He ruffles August's head.
He's only a child.
He's one of us, Comrade Evgeny. I will keep him safe. We aren't just digging a mine now. If we manage to find this resource, no one will have to leave. And we can continue to live together, right?
Scattered applause burst up like firecrackers until it becomes a thundering display. Rifles refurbished and polished rise in harmony with pickaxes and tools.
These wounds are nothing compared to the glory of our future.
Again, I think this is a foolish idea.
He says nothing else and turns to leave without looking back. See, that's progress. Oh, we actually have a trail? I was starting to wonder if this chapter would even have any. The story begins with a melody that echoes through the airspace of the workshop, signaling the beginning of a new day. Search skills. Search skills. I don't know what has a search skill. No? I mean, I guess I could always just fill it up. Okay. I don't know what has a search skill and what doesn't. Let's see, how are we doing on this? We're getting closer to the end. Thanks to your help, everyone is one step closer to achieving their goal and transitioning into a town life. Okay. Oh no. We should take these components to the appropriate comrade. With my years of experience in mining, I can assure you that they are still still usable and will be put to good use. Maybe they contain traces of runium, explaining their pristine appearance. In these times of steel shortages, every little contribution counts. I imagine Comrade Vila is with the children right now, making sure they don't miss her lessons. Could it be that the miners have returned to the abandoned mine? Maybe we should take the shorter route to the hotel and let Comrade Evgeny investigate. Alright, let's do that. See those people walking in front of the hotel? Are they from Xeno? Oh no. Let's not talk about them behind their backs. Yeah, I see them. Isn't Comrade Evgeny negotiating with Xeno? They must be looking for him. They left. It looks like Comrade Evgeny isn't there. We'll have to come back later. Tomorrow or the day after, perhaps. Honestly, this is not the way I want to leave this town. I still have the scars from shoveling snow on my legs, and we just fixed the windows at home. Who wants to leave just like that? But what Comrade Evgeny said was reasonable, and he is always truthful. You're afraid he'll hear you. We may be close to the meeting room, but I'm not afraid, or I wouldn't have made the decision to come here. We weren't afraid in the pioneer days either. What Comrade Vilas says is exactly what everyone said back then. The town has been built, and we have been living here for a while now. Our days are not as hectic as they used to be, but it is invigorating to see the resurgence of the pioneer spirit after such a long time. Hey, alright, that's the attitude we need. If we walk a little faster, we can still make it back to the work on time. Okay. And And we go. And water.
It's me.
Oh, you.
I want to talk.
Why do I have a bad feeling about this?
I was just about to look for you, Comrade Yevgeny. I've found more details. Here.
Wensong turns away and begins to search through the mountains of piles of documents.
Trust me, they will ease your mind. More or less.
A cold wind rushes between them through the open window.
Let's skip to the point. I want you to stop your research.
What?
Our exploration has only just started, yet many of our people have already been hurt. Can you promise there won't be further injuries or worse before we've found this fairy tale treasure? Your so-called new resource is still unconfirmed, yet the price we've paid looking for it is already mounting. We had other options, safer options for all of us.
The snow has turned to wet rain. It splashes up from the windowsill and onto her as they speak.
We just need to be better prepared. We will arm ourselves with more knowledge for next time.
I know what you're after here. The study of ley lines, right? The people here may be enthusiastic, but they are only laymen. I've spoken with someone who can help you far more.
Oh no. The unhurried steps of expensive boots mark the unfortunately familiar guest. It's going to be him, isn't it?
It is good to see you, Miss Vinsong. Our proud scholar of a budding, if still informal, school.
His expression is genuine and surprised, as though this is the first time they've ever met.
And you, the big shot from Zeno. Should I feel flattered you stopped by?
He feigns obliviousness to Wensong's teasing.
I read your files, as Mr. Evgeny suggested. You know already that Zeno has investigated many arcane cases, and been deployed to many places related to Arcanum. But we have never met anyone quite as obsessive in their study as you are.
What now? Have the big shots decided they are going to trust my studies?
Bertold smiles. He always smiles, brimming with all the joy of a crocodile.
Well, while I might admire your perseverance myself, no, they're not convinced. We just wonder what you and your school have gained from this long journey.
He looks past her, assessing the mountains of scattered papers.
Enough with the crap.
As you wish. First, I believe you owe Comrade Evgeny some thanks.
Huh?
A fresh letter of recommendation is handed to Wensong. This again.
The less than satisfactory results from your study may not have earned this letter from Zeno. But Comrade Evgeny insisted on us offering it to you. Once you have our recommendation, you will be able to communicate with all the renowned scholars in our lab. Your long wait for recognition will be over. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Just, rip it. His tone is calm, his victory is assured.
All I ask is, stop this farce.
Rip it, rip it.
Wow, I am so grateful. I think I might cry.
You can just feel that sarcasm.
All we have to do is wait for Zeno's grace to be bestowed on us. We should be moved to tears by your mercy, no?
Putting aside your sarcasm, I would suggest you consider the danger of throwing away this opportunity. You are wasting time, effort, maybe even lives on some foolish wild goose chase. We can offer the people here a much safer and more feasible way forward. Don't you see?
Bertold raises an eyebrow. He presents his case less as reason than as an indisputable truth.
And what about Rayashki?
He looks at her pitifully.
All things come to an end. It will disappear quietly, overtaken by the wilds of this land. When the time comes, at least, it may leave a small place in the historical records. No offense intended, Mr. Evgeny.
We cannot solve the problems we're having without Zeno's help.
All of these problems will be solved, as long as we find this new resource.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, Miss Vinsong. As far as Zeno is concerned, the value of this land is exhausted. Fairy tale resources notwithstanding.
Now he's saying something completely different than what we already know he thinks.
Rayashki will be abandoned.
Keeping up appearances for, so-and-so. The crocodile smile The crocodile smile cracks again, growing annoyed at his now long overdue victory.
We are aware of the danger that staying here poses to these people, and it is our responsibility to save them, whether they wish to resist us or not. That's the only reason for our decision. Understand?
Winsong sets down the ley energy chart, the culmination of her countless efforts, without saying a word.
Let's be practical. Zeno has many outstanding young people, a strong academic atmosphere, a better future. You will get the opportunity to revive your school of ley lines if you pass the exam.
So it's not even guaranteed. She still has to do a thing. Her fingers press onto the paper, tracing a newly embossed seal. The carrot is sweeter and more fragrant than before. How long now has she imagined this moment? In dim, stuffy basements and underpaid editorial offices, under faceless, nameless, scrutinizing gazes.
This will be a better choice for all of you.
Mr. Bigshot, could you use your rusted brain to think of a more noble reason than consumerism and elitism? Do you really think our desire for a better life is the only reason why we refuse to leave? You used ordinary people as a stepping stone to power and privilege, and even now you take our sacrifices for granted.
Reality is cruel. Not you, not Rayashki, and not even Zeno can save everyone. You will have to deal with that. You should take what is to come as an inevitable optimization of our society's development.
I know. Life may still get harder even if we find this new resource. So what?
The defiance in her voice reignites her long-lost courage.
Your brand of elitism may have invaded every corner of the world, but not this town. Not yet.
I see. Most scholars like you hold the same naivete.
They refuse to leave any of their comrades behind, even if the price is their own future. What we would sacrifice ourselves for is not the study of ley lines or any other personal goals, but our dream to thrive together, to live in a bright future we all can share. As for this...
He scrunches up the gaudy recommendation.
I don't need it.
A leopard never changes its spots.
Bertolt leaves, his final words hanging in the room, departing without looking back. The crumpled letter rolls out of the window. It lands in the snow, slowly being covered until there's no trace of it left. Will things get better? Winsong, too preoccupied to care, slumps back in her chair, gulping in the crisp air of her new world.
I envy your innocence, Miss Winsong. For many years, I believed that our mission was to change the world. But when I looked up, the gate to the new world was already closed. Little Rayashki just coasted along, and I tried to keep everything the way it was, but I failed. Rayashki is doomed. All our efforts, our will, our dreams, nothing can change the creeping reality. We attempted to achieve something meaningful, something that could make history. But
Evgeny strains to lift his head, his face obscured in a kind of darkness beyond the reach of light.
the spirit of the times stands against what we are building here. Not just Zeno, but the whole world. That's what reality is like. Boring, cruel, disappointing.
The scene falls into a wordless, motionless quiet. After a long while, Winsong rises. She has shed all other burdens, and the tantalizing carrot is gone.
You are too pessimistic, Comrade Yevgeny. Zeno has tried to recruit me several times. Do you know what I've learned from all their efforts? They don't want us to explore that mine. They belittled our efforts, offered pity for Rayashki, and then planned out a promising future for us. Yet they didn't give us a hand, even when our people were injured or died. Do you really think they are so eager to stop us just because they don't want any more sacrifices? Of course not, my friend. A lesson I learned from living in their society. Never do what your enemies want you to do.
She grasps his shoulder, giving it a shake to pull him up to his senses.
Zeno is afraid of us. They are afraid that we may discover a new kindling to relight our fire. That we may burn so brightly that we grow out from their control to create our own future.
Don't forget the fact that she was sent here by them to find this energy that they already knew about. So technically, she does have proof that it is here.
But they can't have it their way. Rayashki belongs to us, as does the future.
Faint flickers of that fire seem to be there, somewhere in the man before her. Evgeny looks up with a complex expression.
I will give it some thought, Miss Comrade Winsong.
Progress. Oh no. Hello, gentlemen. Hello, comrade of Zeno. Comrade. If you're here to see Comrade Evgeny, we can wait a little. Or is there something else important you'd like to discuss? Oh, we talked and Miss Winsong was there. Comrade Evgeny is doing what's best for everyone, we know that. But I'll tell you, I personally don't want to leave this place, even if he... No, the lady turned down my proposal, and Comrade Evgeny didn't seem too invested in it either. Isn't Zeno's help good news for all of you? I can't comprehend the reasoning behind rejecting an abundance of food, suitable climate, and comfortable housing. It's not easy to leave something you've built with your own hands, comrade. I doubt you've ever experienced living in a home you built yourself, let alone living in this way. Chances are you have never even touched freshly mined ore in your life. That's true, gentlemen, but why do you insist on doing everything yourselves? It seems that our conversation has come to an end. I will stay here until Evgeny arrives and gives an answer, which should be soon. Okay. Oh, there's 3. Oh, well, what's this? Identical long tables, matching chairs, and potatoes. Potatoes and more potatoes. In the past, we had access to tin cans and even jam and flour. It was a challenge to transport supplies, but fortunately, the weather was cold enough that nothing spoiled during the trip. Time was not an issue in those days. We had an abundance of it. The little ones used to come and ask for a lenka. While we couldn't indulge their every whim, a treat now and then was fine. Being too strict does no one any good. Had I known the true value of a lenka, I would have been more careful about giving them away. Maybe I could have kept a few. Oh well, too late to regret it now. At first, we gathered around a single table to portion it out, the canned food, meticulously sopping up every last drop of broth. But now, there are more tables, but a lot less variety in our meals, and it's not like we can go hunting for critters to supplement our meals. Why can't people live off ore like they do? Well, we've seen what happens when people try to eat gold in an earlier chapter. It's not pretty. I have an urge to give a detailed account of my past and present experiences because Rayashki is exceptional. It is the most remarkable town I've encountered, although my travels have been limited. But I'm worried that it will one day disappear. That's for sure. If Comrade Evgeny agrees to Zeno's proposal, this place will soon be a land of snow again. The factories, the machines, everything will be covered with snow, just as it was when we first arrived. I have to remember to write down all the details in case the kids ask me. I want to be able to tell them about everything that disappeared. Of course, it's not going to be written down in any textbooks. There are countless unsung heroes in Rayashki. A place filled with ordinary people just trying to make ends meet. That's the reality of our lives here. Okay, last trail. Dealing with these neighbors is something everyone is familiar with, but having an extra person around is always beneficial. Okay. Let's see. I should have actually here. I'm gonna use Isolde.
Time for treatment.
Okay. She can damage more things at once. Oh, I should have buffed her. Oh well. We can buff next time.
Cheer up.
Okay.
I admire your courage. I can hear it.
Actually, here. Let's just give all of the buffs. Wait, I thought something could go together. Did I misread that? Oh, I just saw all of the health things and thought they could sync up. I wasn't looking at the pictures. That's on me. There's nothing else I can do though, so maybe I do this.
I admire your courage. I will remember your sacrifice. I can hear it. Sharp Fang. Harkeer. Winterstürme wickeln den Boden im Mond.
Okay.
It is here.
I
admire your courage. Tu peux la jeter maintenant. La charme d'opère. For you and for us.
She's the only one getting damaged. Oh, we'll get to see what her ultimate is. That's something. Okay. Is this single hit? No, it's a mass buff. Okay.
We share the same dream. I can hear it.
So we literally have no way of, like, attacking currently.
Future for everyone. Mon officier n'est pas un capitaine.
When in doubt, we do this, so, Oh no, they're healing. Oh, and then she gets a precast? Okay. Here, we'll do that.
What a tragedy it is here. Soffoca il sangue! Soffoca il sangue!
There we go. We can finally do damage. There. We had too many healing moves and not enough attacking moves there. Okay. Oh, this looks like it might be a boss. Ooh. Ooh. The steel behemoths rumble. They have plowed through snow, mud, and soil to reach their target.
I haven't done any field investigation of ley energy since our school fell apart.
Winsong puts away her tools, hands trembling slightly.
Don't worry, Comrade Winsong. Look, these stones are still the same stones we've always known.
He catches the worry in Winsong's expression.
And don't be afraid to fail. My father told me that failure is just success and progress. Even if we cannot find this new resource or save our Rayashki, we've come back here together and worked for our common goal. We have nothing to complain about.
All right.
Whatever the result, we thank you for your efforts. Now, leave the rest to us.
He turns his head and shouts towards the drilling machine.
Comrade Yuri, check the connection status. Don't forget to check the drill, Comrade Yelena.
Relax, it's much easier than opening a can with only your fingers.
The excited queue flows like a steady river. People crowd together, shovels, hoes, and picks ringing out in unison. Magnificent drilling machines emerge from the snow. They roar as the drills pierce the earth. The stubborn frozen soil does nothing to hinder their progress. Their resonance is a sound that echoes in Winsong's ears, the sound of impassioned unity of purpose and vision. This place is like the square, like their public canteen, like their factory, like every corner of Rayashki. Clearly, it is a scene worth capturing.
Knut had grown a slender arm. One that each places no one could, and picked up stones there. They are not like the soft, transparent stones from the sky. These are hard, as chocolate. I think they are good stuff, too. Villa said we could make them into cans and houses to help the town. But maybe we will irritate the owner of the stones?
Oh no! The busy adults pay no heed to the child's mutterings. You should be listening to the small child, he knows things. They gather around the newly collected core samples.
Am I right that this sample is from 100 meters underground?
Look at all the fur.
Yes. Usually we don't need to reach that deep to find runium ore.
Relax, comrades. At least it proves there is something new under Rayashki.
I have been a miner for 40 years, and one thing I know for sure is this. This is not bedrock.
It's a Kikituk's hair.
Winsong carefully scrapes the colorful powder from the rocks and places it into a test tube.
The black marks are the new resource we're looking for. The red-brown ones are the Kikituks. And the bright yellow ones are their mineral-eating relatives, the Hoituks. The machine will show us the stability of the ley energy in a minute.
That doesn't look good. I could be wrong, but that doesn't look good.
We are at the source of the ley energy now. So the lines should have been pure.
If my eyes serve me right, I think I see bad news.
You're right. This source is like an estuary polluted beyond recovery. It is carrying too many traces, both from creatures and non-creatures. Besides, the black ore down there seems to have attracted a large number of critters, which has only worsened the pollution. A senior of mine said in his notes that in this case, it will take a push for the core to activate its self-purification system. Shoot, we got a big one.
Waves! It's seawater! We should have prepared swimming floats. Yes, but the waves won't reach us if we ride this sled.
Avgust is great. He's so random, but he's so great. There's a slight hum from the vibration.
If the ley energy materializes, put in a 7.62 centimeter sea serpent bone, 3 drops of common vervain sap, and 20 milligrams of snail sawfish embryo.
The emergency ley energy handling guidelines trial booklet in her hand is thrown to the ground and stamped aggressively. A colored slime continues to ooze out. No longer a mere note in her reference materials, but an observable substance. I can read, ooh. He looks cool. I mean, it's a problem for them, but he looks cool. The clever dreamer continues his observation.
It has a beautiful stone on its neck too. Did your father also fall asleep in the mine?
Is that the raw runium ore that Zeno has been looking for? The energy is so pure. No wonder it materialized into such a huge body.
Drawn in by the spectacle, more creatures emerge from the nearby mine shafts. Enticed by the potential for a feast.
Comrades, defense formation. Miners, stay behind us and evacuate.
Comrades, stand with me if you got a weapon. No matter if it's a rifle, a staff, or a shovel. Grip them tight. This is our Rayashki's future we're fighting for. We've been waiting for this, haven't we?
That's right.
More weapons are raised, clanging together as they begin their battle march. Okay.
Dear comrades, this is the critical moment for our town. No good weapons, no external support. But we have our friends, our family, and each other, who will never leave anyone behind.
Yes, there's nothing to be afraid of. We can always figure it out, so long as
we still have hope.
Voices ring out one after another as they reach the end of their march. We poke the giant crystal. Okay, we got balance mode. Why are there voices? I guess we have a remix with voice lines from the game.
Damn it! This thing is huge! No way. Where are all these little monsters hiding?
the ley energy here is like a feast set out for the nearby critters. None of them can resist the temptation.
The Kikirans are dancing, the Ijiraks are singing, and the Kikituks are drawing with their breath. Is this their Tin Hat Festival?
There is nothing to be afraid of. We've got our comrades, our weapons, and our spirit.
Victory will be ours, comrades.
Your request has been heard.
Okay. We must think now.
I can hear it. It is here.
Let's see. We can debuff you. Come on, select the big guy. And then we can channel.
Music will speak. This is not a mistake made by man.
Okay. So we'll actually have to worry about health because we've been knocked down several levels. So we can do that. Let's attack you. Actually, here we'll do this. We'll debuff, and then we can attack you. And then we can go back. Well, no. We'll keep attacking you because you're gonna hit 3 times.
The Bagua drown on the sign brick never warns about its changes.
I assume things are gonna keep spawning, though. I could be wrong. But I have an assumption things are just gonna keep spawning. Maybe.
Break it.
Not enough. So close. You could have hit balloon, or that can happen. Okay, we can focus on you now. Here. Just so we can get some counter in.
The music will speak. The bones will tell.
Your idea.
Stay away from me. Pardon me.
Break it.
Okay. This is fine. This is really fine. Goodbye?
The music will speak.
I'm pretty sure that will kill it. Even though all of our stats were dropped down, we're still doing, like, a lot.
Well done, comrades. I knew we could make it.
No, something's wrong. Do you feel it too?
Oh, is there a second phase? Oh, we had to break the armor.
Has sensed danger. It's become even more active. To deal with the pollution of other threats, the system will choose critters with potential and make them into its underlings.
Okay.
Can we still defeat it this time? Comrade Vysotsky, do not worry. Look around you. We have got your back.
Calm down. Calm down. Think hard. There must be a weakness to this creature. I can do this.
No, you're wrong, Comrade Winsong. We can do this.
Yes. We will do the thing. It's a good thing we started with, like, our channel things. Okay. We need you and debuff, and we can channel again and heal.
This is not a mistake made by man.
Okay.
Pardon me.
Oh, he is much tankier now. I guess that makes sense. Okay. This is... Why did you freeze Balloon? I need Balloon. Okay, debuff you.
Sterilize.
The Bagua drown on the sign brick never warns about its changes.
It's like, at least we do have medicine pockets, so we can still heal with her frozen. But I would really prefer Balloon.
I'm losing my patience.
Okay, are we good? I think we're good. So long as he doesn't freeze us again.
Medic, get the wounded to the back. Move!
No! It's not that bad. I can...
Don't push yourself too hard. All of our comrades are willing to fight, so we don't have to leave anyone behind. Trust me. All right. All wounded, fall back. Team 3, take their position. Lay down suppressive fire.
Comrade Vila is right. We won't leave any of our comrades on the battlefield. It'd be a shame if we didn't get to see you cry at the victory celebration.
Got it.
Okay. Now we can do this. This. Well, actually, Actually, no, we can do this.
I'm ready.
The story begins with a bad adult who did this first.
Go, puppies!
Now the question is, can we actually stun the boss? I forget if this works on bosses or not. No, it doesn't. He's going to do his ultimate. We should be okay, though. Oh, he resummoned his dudes. Okay, so that's what his ultimate does. Not that it matters, because we have Isolde.
We made it!
Round 3?
Good job, comrades. They will be talking about this day for decades.
I didn't expect that energy from you, comrade.
Round 3?
See? I don't only build houses, I also build this rock-solid body.
Make a head count of the wounded, and check our remaining supplies. We will need to work in groups of 3, in case the creatures come back. Thank you, comrades. All of you. The glory goes to every one of us.
Okay, no round 3. I was sort of expecting the round 3.
Don't miss me, really.
Cool. The nosy critters have all disappeared, and the strange entity has slumped down. The gathered warriors are exhausted but alive.
Did we make it? After we drove the critters away, the self-purification system began to run slower.
Haha! Time to go all out. Let's go, comrades.
For a brighter future!
The crowd redoubles their strength as they follow Knut forward. Deafening sounds reverberate all around them. Is he melting? A brilliant red splashes across the snowfield. That doesn't seem good.
Comrade Yuri! Get a few more comrades here! We need to move him to the back!
Many comrades are wounded, blood soaking their arms, but their hearts have not faltered. Never retreat, never surrender.
Its energy has not run out yet. What on earth? It's the ore! Don't tell me it's still powering this thing.
I see. So we just break that stone, and it's over, right?
Yes. Theoretically.
Winsong's voice wavers as she catches her breath.
Leave it to me. I'm the marksman here. Just need to get a little closer. A little closer.
Don't get too close.
Comrade Adrian, Comrade Daniel, and I will go with you. There may be something we can do.
Okay.
Comrades, watch out!
They charge ahead, their spirits unwavering.
No!
Fall back! Fall back!
Bullets fly through the air, their sound like a relentless pounding of hail.
Believe! Our attacks cannot break the stone at all!
Comrade Winston! What is going on?
The monster is strong, that's what's going on. The red splashes around them, so vivid against the white snow, hold her words.
The cycle of ley energy is long. It may take months, years, or even longer than that to return to its source. As long as that ore remains on its neck, the ley energy will continue with the purification until it wipes out everything around.
Winsong's voice is low, despite the din of battle.
So all we can do is wait?
For our own safety, we'd better stay out of this area until it completely returns to the source. I should have seen this coming. I'm so sorry.
Surrounded by fallen comrades and dark red streaks, Windsong attempts to conceal her fear in her voice. The wind rises, sharp and howling.
Comrade Patrick, Comrade Nikita, you're not down yet, right? Anyone else? We still got the digger, the crane, and our own strength. Let's try harder. It's nothing more than a stupid stone. We can do this.
I mean, they could try and knock the drill onto it. That seems like in a decent place to drop the drill on it. I'm not sure how they're going to tip it over, but they could do it. Rough hands stubbornly rise once more, defying the cold wind and danger. Trickles of blood seep down their arms from cuts and wounds. Warm words cover them like a bandage, offering some solace to their pain.
Stop this senseless sacrifice, Comrade Knut. It's pointless to keep going.
But to save Rayashki is also your dream, no? Our little one from afar swore she would unite all of us, no matter who we are or where we're from. We must keep all that in our minds. How can we give up now?
The massive creature stands unmoving like an unyielding mountain.
I'm so happy I came here and made friends with all of you, comrades. You each have a kind heart and a strong will. Before I met you, my dream was only a joke to the Yatrosaki. But you've shown me it isn't unreachable. Now it feels so real and heartwarming. Sometimes I almost forget that you see the fins and scales on my body. That's why I don't want you to sacrifice yourself for nothing. I don't want to lose you.
Her smile is a ray of light breaking through the clouds.
What we want is to stay together. That's why we're fighting to save Rayashki, right?
Kyoto.
These ones have lost their feathers. Are we still able to reach the sky?
Snow begins to fall again, as if casting a veil over the dead, over Rayashki. The roar of the wind grows, but there's something else groaning with it. Clouds are pushed aside, and a distorted voice calls out from above.
I must thank you, Comrade Windsong. You rekindled something in me, in us, in hope, just as you promised. I will tell you that I read some papers on your ley lines after that night. It holds some great ideas, I admit. You and Rayashki deserve a better future.
Why do I feel like something's just gonna drop down? And he's gonna be in it? Oh, we got a fancy cutscene for this. He's gonna chuck the plane at it, isn't he?
Comrades, I want you to know, I recommended you to Zeno only because I was worried for your future. I did not want you to be stuck in a dying town.
Comrade Yevgeny?
And it gives me pain to see how brave and determined you all have been. I won't let any of you die here.
Oh no.
Yevgeny, what are you doing?
What do you think he's doing? I feel it's fairly obvious.
I took a very different path long ago. But what does it matter now? Rayashki is proud of you. I am proud of you. You will continue to build the new world of your dreams. Our dream. No matter where or when. I will always be there with you. Seize the opportunity. Vila, Windsong, my comrades!
Artist interpretation?
Природа — это числа и черты.
The trails of the old machines wore deep into the frozen ground, forming a raised pathway that led up and away from the scene. More? There it goes. Had to think for a bit. The children, finally coming to grips with what they had seen, began to cry.
Comrade Yevgeny.
Do fish mourn? Can Rusalka cry? No one can really answer this question. Yet around the Rusalka, a ring of salty water seems to rise.
К черту! This is not fair! Just because he was the only pilot here doesn't mean he could make that decision alone. We should have had a boat.
We fixed that fighter together. That soul left us behind.
But he will always be our comrade, right?
Time appears to stand still, as all present stand unmoving, unspeaking, until one and then many trembling hands rise triumphantly into the sky.
To Comrade Yevgeny, salute!
But where is the sea swallow?
He flew into the future, child. The future will all reach one day.
Pain! Okay. Let me look. Okay, there's trails. But first... Oh, there's quite a bit left. Okay, so what I will do... We will read this trail, and then we will probably call it here, and tomorrow we will do the rest of this event. Because like I said, I got some stuff I gotta do, I can't really go late this time. That, and I don't think I could finish that amount in just an hour anyway. So we'll just save it for tomorrow. Let's see. You're here, Comrade Vila. Comrade Windsong and Comrade Risa helped me take the children home. It took some time. What did you find? Comrade Evgeny once mentioned that he kept some things in the cabinet in the meeting room. He said take them out when the time was right. Here, this is all of it. Oh, no. It jumped into a scene. I didn't... Oh, no. Okay, we'll finish this scene. Evgeny had always been a man of action, straightforward and efficient. It seems obvious that this would be reflected by the state of his locker. That said, Vila is taken aback to find only a small iron box inside. Steadying a tremble in her hand, she picks up the box.
Comrade Yevgeny.
Oh, she's not gonna speak everything now? Fine. Comrade Evgeny's name is engraved on the underside. The teacher lifts the lid, taking out a letter inside, taking a deep breath before reading it aloud. You are reading this, and so I am gone. Don't waste your time on tears or anger. So typical of Evgeny. Within this box are plans for Rayashki's reconstruction and development. I know that my perspective is limited. Yet it is my hope that these plans may provide the town with some direction in my absence. Our primary focus must be the exploitation and administration of our resources. I've listed those I considered most feasible to pursue and their potential trade value, as well as listing any necessary precautions. Once our future is secure, look to the maintenance of the town's infrastructure, and if possible, bolster security, starting with regular patrols at locations frequented by critters. Another thing, I've spent some time collecting scraps and spare components of runium left over from the factories. You will find them in this box. I made some further notes from before all this seemed inevitable. You'll find them detailed in my work journal on the desk. I know that many among you will never trust them, but please do not discount the possibility of cooperating with Zeno. Remember, our priority must be survival. I wish for all of you great things and victory in our coming trials. Know that I salute you, each and every comrade, for Rayashki, for our future, Evgeny. The letter ends here. I keep expecting her to speak. Even in the letter, he is always as he has been, our comrade Evgeny, stubborn to the end. It was a fool's hope that he'd show a little heart. No, it's not like him. You're wrong, Knut. This was his heart. Comrade Evgeny always put the town first. But then, perhaps he had too much to say, and certainly there was not enough time. Come on, let's pull ourselves back together. We'll need to retrieve his journal. I will share the letters with the others later. Comrade Evgeny was right. We must start making plans for Rayashki's future. One careful fold after another. Vila places the letter back into the box and closes the lid. Come on, comrade. Okay. Once we're done, though, let's head to the cliffside and give the stubborn jerk an earful. Speaking of, now that we're getting steady shipments again, we might bring out some vodka for him, too. Okay. Oh, no. There's more. Oh, there's a ton of trails. Well, we're sort of stuck here. We have to do this. Okay, okay. Oh no. I will deal with this tomorrow. Because this looks like it's gonna take me a while to figure out. So we will deal with all of this tomorrow. And I will call it here. Hope you have a good rest of your day. See you later. Bye.